to another round of power-packed panel discussions and fireside chat.
But before we continue, we have a security briefing brought to you by the hotel safety and security team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashish Jha, Loss Prevention Manager. First and foremost, I would like to inform you that today we are not going to have any mock drills or any testing of fire and life safety. Our hotel is having all the necessary equipments to detect the fire. Currently, we are at the level 2 in the living room. Our hotel assembly point is directed on ground floor opposite to the lobby. In case of any fire-related emergency, do not panic. Please wait for instructions of hotel's emergency response team. They will guide you in case of any evacuation takes place towards the assembly point. In case of any medical emergency, first aid assistance is also available with us. 24/7 on-call doctor facility is also available in case of any severe medical emergency takes place. Wish you a successful event ahead, a great day. Thank you so much. With regards, Loss Prevention Team, JW Marriott, Bengaluru.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope our live audience is here and the virtual attendees tuned into Converge at Walmart's YouTube channel are ready for what's coming up next.
Like I mentioned, we have a series of power-packed panel discussions and fireside chat. So without wasting much time, I'm inviting our next set of speakers who are going to share their thoughts on implementation of AI in retail and the changes brought on by on-demand delivery. Please welcome Kaivalya Vohra, Chief Technology Officer, co-founder, Zepto, Head of Tech Ops, as well as Business Strategy. With him is Anima Gupta, Senior Director of Engineering, Walmart Global Tech. Please welcome.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Padma. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this first session of the Track 2, Delivering on Demand. So let me start with asking a very simple question. As an online shopper, how many times have you found yourself abandoning the cart because the delivery options were not fast enough? Almost all of us, right? Today, we are in a world of instant gratification. We want our consumers have a heightened level of cost, efficiency, convenience. They want everything right now. And India is changing the way the consumers are shopping groceries online. We would like to learn today how business are pivoting themselves to this demand of the customer and who else who can give us this detailed, fascinating journey of quick commerce. I'm joined here today with Kaivalya Vohra. He is the CTO and the founder and the co-founder for Zepto. Zepto is one of the leading e-grocer company, which is revolutionizing the way our consumers are shopping groceries. Today, what happens is Zepto has a typical USP where if you order anything on their app, they guarantee a 10 minutes delivery. And they have a record of delivering it even under 10 minutes, which is 8.59 seconds. So here's Kaivalya, who we will talk today and see how he has done that. So Kaivalya, welcome, and thank you for joining us for Converge at Walmart Global Tech.
Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be here.
So let me start with a question that probably you've been asked several times. Okay, you and Adit Palicha, your co-founder, were graduates in Stanford University and were joined the Stanford University, and then you took a decision to build Zepto. How did you come about by taking the choice to drop out from Stanford and build this awesome company?
Sure. So the end state outcome that we had in mind growing up. So both of us have been friends since we were about 9, 10 years old, and the goal always was fine, go do an undergraduate degree, work at a startup for a couple of years, and then eventually when you're 27, 28, start a startup yourself, and then raise capital, launch, get customers, etc., etc. When COVID hit, we sort of we were just not very excited about doing university online, right? We felt that would be a waste of sort of time and money, and so we said, let's say take some time off, right? And at the time, if I'm sure everybody could remember March 2020, April 2020, when the grocery infrastructure in India was very broken, right? Your typical online grocers would take 6 days, 7 days to get a slot, and your local stores, the people working there had gone back to the villages, and so we saw that firsthand. We both in Bombay, and we saw that our grandparents and aunts, uncles, were just not ourselves. We were not able to get basic essentials because you also can't step out of the house because of the lockdowns, and so grocery, and we'd seen how evolved and mature the grocery infrastructures were in other places of the West, and so we said, why is it so broken in India? And so that's where this sort of started from. And along the way, tried many iterations of trying to solve this problem. Some point last year, around July, launched Zepto after a little bit of iteration. And by that point, very, very quickly, got to a stage where we were very confident that this is something that's adding a lot of value to a lot of customers. And so by that point, we were like, okay, that end outcome that we had in mind when we were 27, 28, to launch a business, raise capital, and get customers and scale, that had happened now. Right, so we said, okay, why not just bypass that 6, 7 years in between? So that was the thought process.
Thank you, Kavaliya. I'm sure you were pretty confident of that when you took the decision, so I'm glad that we have this company now. So my first question that I have for you is that you and your co-founder did a lot of research in the market before you came up with the delivery model for Zepto. What were your key learnings to build this successful delivery model, particularly in a market like India, where the addresses can be so complex?
Sure. So I'll come to the address part in a second. I think initially, we were trying two things. One, we were trying to solve for ourselves, right? I mean, both of us were sort of, lazy teenagers, practically, right? And there were too many instances where you would have a cook come over and say, what should I make today? We'd say, whatever's in the fridge, and then you'd open the fridge and there's nothing there, right? So part of it started out from there, where we were trying to solve a problem for ourselves more than anything else. Another part of it was that, while we were trying to iterate on this problem, we had launched other models of trying to do grocery delivery, and what we saw, and with a wide range, right? That was more of a marketplace type setup, and so we had some customers getting deliveries in 10, 15 minutes, some getting deliveries in 45, 60 minutes. And one thing became very clear looking at that was that cohort of customers that was getting deliveries faster, every customer metric, whether it's their retention, their word of mouth, everything was drastically better. And so you're like, okay, maybe one thing that the Indian customer cares about is speed as well, not just price and assortment. And so it started out from this sort of a couple of those insights, and also solving for ourselves. What we realized very quickly is that it's not just people like us that would find a service like this valuable, and actually a much wider range of people. So, in fact, one of the initial things that, we were debating was that, do we even need to sell fruits and vegetables? Like, who cares, right? Because we didn't care. Today, fruits and vegetables is like our largest category by far, right? Because the actual, average Zepto customer, if you could, pinpoint one, is nothing like us. Obviously there are customers like us, but the average is probably nothing like us. So that was one learning. In terms of the addresses, I think it is a problem, right? However, the way I'm not sure how familiar everyone is with, how our the operational angle of our business, but we have the business operates through a network of dark stores or micro warehouses in every neighborhood. So in Bangalore, for example, you'd have one in Kodmangla, one in Indranagar, an HSR, and so on. And so the actual delivery radius is very short. And as a result, the folks that are delivering, our delivery partners, are day in, day out in that neighborhood. So if you have a team of 50 or 100 delivery partners in HSR, the whole day they're delivering only in HSR, back and forth, right? And so over a very short period of time, the familiarity they build with that particular neighborhood is immense, right? They can look at a building name and they don't have to open Google Maps. Like, they know exactly where to go, and we see that in the data, right? If a delivery partner has been with us for a couple of months, it's very clear how much faster they're able to identify an address and go in and out compared to someone that's newer into the system. So complex addresses have not been as much of a problem compared to, let's say, a food delivery setup, right? Where you might have a delivery partner starting his day in Koramangala, picking up something from a restaurant in Koramangala, and then going to Indranagar, and then picking up something from Indranagar and going to HSR. And so the familiarity is a little bit, less in that type of a setup.
Thanks, Kevila. So what I hear is that it's mainly the, focusing on getting the familiar folks within that area is how you've tackled to solve the address problem. Thank you. One of the things your USP, and there's little room for error for 10 minutes delivery, right? So building a scalable and a flexible solution for the delivery system, where does AI and big data play a part in this whole
Sure.
solution that you've offered?
So there's a lot of sort of hypotheses around in terms of how we make a 10-minute delivery possible. The core thing to make this possible is short distances, right? And that's how we do it. What that results in is that you have to be very sort of deliberate about how you design your network, right? So if I say, okay, fine, I want to launch in Koramangala, where is the right place to place this micro warehouse, right? Is one of the most important decisions. And that is a decision that, has, again, the way we've thought about that is iterated a lot over time. Today, when we have to make that decision about, okay, I have to launch a new dark store in Indranagar, where should it be? That takes into account all sorts of, various data points. It could be anything from, what is the density of residential, sort of apartment complexes in this part or that part. Even deciding, for example, which neighborhood to prioritize over another one when we're deciding where to launch. There's a lot of interesting, now that we have several hundred micro warehouses that we've launched in the past and seen how quickly each one has grown, we've tried to correlate the growth of a particular neighborhood with a whole set of factors. And so a lot of interesting things come out there, right? So for example, one of the things that came up was that, the density of Starbucks coffee shops, for example, is very highly correlated with how quickly a dark store grows, right? And so we tried this with about 150 different variables. There are about 10, 15 that ended up being pretty, tightly correlated with the growth of a new dark store. And so that's one data point, for example. The other thing, there's a lot of location related data also in terms of trying to simulate, based on where we think demand is going to come from, what is the right place to put our dark store. And so that's the bulk of it. I think the network design is often sort of overlooked, but it is probably the most important sort of piece in this puzzle of making a delivery happen in 10 minutes. So yeah, that decision has like a whole bunch of data that goes into making that.
Thanks. The next question that I have for you, Kevalia, is that one of the biggest enabler for fast delivery is a skilled delivery agent.
Sure.
And how do you think tech has enabled you to grow on that particular point? So
yeah, so good question. I think it's not just, so it's a mixture of technology and there's some nuances of our operating model that also make this a lot easier.
Yeah.
So I'll start off with the operational side and then come to the technology side. So given that our distances are much shorter, right? So when people traditionally think about hyperlocal delivery, it's the first thing and the primary thing that people think about is motorcycles and scooters, right? That's the first image that comes to your mind. Given that our delivery distances are, less than a kilometer, 1.5 kilometers, typically sub 2 kilometers, in that range, the difference between a bicycle and a motorcycle is not significant, right? And so a lot of our, especially the shorter distance deliveries, a very significant chunk of them today happen on bicycles, for example, right? What that allows us to do, so there is the talent pool for delivery partners in India is actually fairly limited, and it's large, but the rate at which the demand for hyperlocal delivery across, right, not just us, food delivery, all these types of models is growing much faster than how quickly that talent pool is growing, right? The typical talent pool of motorcycles and scooters, people that own those vehicles. What bicycles lets us do is A, much wider talent pool, right? Because it's a lot more accessible, or bicycles, for example. And B, it also lets us do interesting things like, okay, you have a smartphone, maybe you're doing something else today, maybe you're a security guard, maybe you're working in a factory, whatever it is, right? You have a smartphone, fine, we'll give you the bicycle, right? For us as a business as well, giving somebody a bicycle is makes sense as an investment compared to giving somebody a motorcycle, right? That's a little bit less sustainable to do. And so we can say, here's a bicycle, maybe for 6 months you give me X rupees as like an EMI. After 6 months you keep the bicycle, right? That lets us, we can do very interesting things like that actually gives us access to a much wider talent pool. And not just cycles, but experimenting with e-bicycles, e-cycles, so that even those slightly longer distance, 1.5, 2 kilometer deliveries, you can do, right? Because there's no pedaling involved in a e-cycle. So that's some of the operational sort of nuances of it. On the sort of on the tech side, there's also some interesting work that we're doing in terms of how do you manage the life cycle of a delivery partner, in the sense of, okay, today they're joining is day one, right? You'll train them, they'll go through a series of video trainings and try to pass a test and all that stuff, which is fine, right? That's happening with videos on an app, so that gets you to a base level. But after that, after they've done 10 deliveries or 50 deliveries or 100 deliveries, now you actually have a lot of data about their behavior, and are there any areas where they can improve? Maybe are they, for example, is it taking them too long to find an address? Okay, how do you get them better at that? And so the way we basically the learning and development basically of a delivery partner is fairly customized. So essentially, there might be 8 or 10 things that are sort of areas where you could be strong or not within a delivery partner's lifecycle. And so depending on how they're performing and how they're doing, we basically then start prompting them to sort of retrain and say, okay, hey, maybe watch this video and this will get you better at XYZ skill, right? And that's one part. Second thing is also based on that performance, how do you create a career path for them as well, right? Maybe, okay, today you're a delivery partner, XYZ skills are skills that you have to learn, and then maybe you can become a shift in charge and manage a fleet of delivery partners, and so on and so on and so on, right? And so, yeah, that's sort of how we sort of blend the operational nuances of our business and the technical side.
Yeah, I think getting a feedback loop and taking it is definitely efficient. The next question that I had for you, Cavalier, is that you did mention several times the dark stores, right? And I think it's a common concept, but for the purpose of the audience, if you could a little bit elaborate more on that and the role of dark stores that will play in your entire business strategy going forward, and what are the other areas that you are looking for in terms of fulfillment and warehousing? Yeah.
Sure. So a dark store is typically a micro warehouse. You can think of it as something like a 3,000 square foot space, right? It looks a little bit different to, compared to what the initial perception you might have of a warehouse, like a large facility with like forklifts and all that. So it's not that. Any sort of 3,000 square foot space, today it could be something, a property that was earlier a gym or a restaurant or a hair salon, doesn't really matter. But as long as it sort of has space and it's just like a bare property, that's where it starts from. And then sort of has racks and fridges, freezers. I think it's probably a little more similar to what you would expect from a traditional supermarket, right? If you try to picture this in your head. A couple of differences, right? So supermarkets are typically more laid out for browsing, so the aisles are much wider, you can push a trolley and all that. We don't need to do that, so the aisles are a little bit narrower, it's more compact, but that's sort of what you would visualize. The idea is that we need to try to create, basically place these dark stores as close to customers as possible. But obviously you have to balance that with not opening too many dark stores, because it would be very easy to do 10-minute delivery if I open 1,000 dark stores in Bangalore and there's one every 500 meters, right? Then 10-minute delivery is very easy, but obviously that's a very expensive activity. So balancing that, and that's what I was talking about earlier with network design. That's sort of where the role of the dark store comes into the picture. Our supply chain is obviously not just a dark store. So for example, let's say fruits and vegetables, right? The way our supply chain works is that we have also we have large facilities in the outskirts of cities, right? Like 2 hours away from the main city, which would be a much more typical warehouse, like a 1 lakh square foot warehouse. And essentially, what we do is we might buy every night fresh fruits and vegetables from farmers, sort it, package it, do all that every night in our mother warehouses, and then sort of replenish our partner dark stores that exist, right? And so similar for FMCG as well, right? So there's a replenishment cycle that would occur every night to basically ensure that every morning, when the dark store is opening for delivery, it has the full availability and 90% plus in stock levels and all that stuff. This replenishment cycle has to be very frequent because, like I said, these dark stores are not very big, right? They're 3,000 square foot. And so the inventory has to be very lean. You can't really keep like 1 or 2 weeks worth of stock on hand because you just don't have that much space. And so that's where the replenishment has to be super lean.
So I think that's very interesting, and I think I have a follow-up question on this. How have you leveraged tech to make the maximum use of dark stores shelving space so that you're able to meet the demands and at the same time be cost effective?
Yeah, sure. So one is on space. So 2-3 principles here, right? One is how much to replenish, which is a data science problem, right? Which is that, okay, what is the sales that I'm anticipating? And then, okay, this is how much is currently there at the dark store. So what is that gap? That's what I need to bridge every night. So that's how the replenishment setup works, right? But at the same time, when it comes to space, now it's actually not too complex. You have the length, breadth, height data for every SKU. You have the data of how big every shelf or bin is. And when you have packers, executives in the dark store that are actually moving stock around, we basically prompt them. The system prompts them and tells them, okay, this is a can of Coke, I have 10 cans of Coke here, where should I put them? That decision is not a manual decision, right? Tells them, okay, go to aisle A, put it here, right? Depending on, where there is space and we try to, maximize the utilization of every shelf. And that's one. But beyond just utilization, the other interesting thing is that speed is a part of this, right? And so the decision of where to put what, it's called sort of a planogram, similar to traditional retail also. If you go to a supermarket, it's a very, it's its own science deciding which shelf to put what in, depending on, in traditional retail, it's more about visibility and where I want customers to look. In our case, it's more about what are products that are frequently bought with each other. If X is frequently bought with Y, I'm going to keep them near each other so that while the packing is happening, the travel time is reduced for the packer. So it's a mix of just space utilization and the speed part as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have almost run out of time. Kaivalya, I have so many questions to ask, but I think we'll probably invite you for a next session. I want to end with one myth or a fact.
Sure.
There is a myth that to meet the 10 minutes USP time, that Zepto starts the delivery when the items are just put in the cart.
Yeah, I've heard this myth a lot. I can dispel it once more. So that this is not the case, right? As soon as you actually, complete your payment and, the order gets placed, that's when the order processing starts.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll dispel that myth.
Thank you so much. Just to summarize, spontaneity is a game changer, right? When we are able to, and when the customers are able to get something that they want right now, right there, it just changes the game. And products that are built with keeping customer in the mind can just make it a delightful and a magical experience. And getting your product within 10 minutes are nothing short of a magical moment. So thank you so much, Kaivalya.
Thanks a lot.
And I hope, thank you for being a great audience and listening to this. So thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Anima. Thank you, Kaivalya, for that insightful conversations around role of AI in demand forecasting, supply chain, etc. Next up, we will be hearing from our renowned experts on what can be expected from the retail fintech collaboration and its impact on democratizing the retail landscape. Please welcome Mr. Guru Bhatt, Vice President, Customer Success Platforms, PayPal. General Management of PayPal's India centers in Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. We also have Mr. Ramakrishnan Gopalan, Head Product, India and South Asia, who leads the growth strategy for Visa's product propositions. And our moderator, Mr. Vishal Gupta, Head of Product, PhonePe. Please welcome them on the stage. Here we go. Building FinTech for India's Big Billion.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, still good morning. I'm Vishal Gupta from PhonePe. If you look at in the past, few years, India has become the home to the largest, ecosystem in terms of the fintech ecosystem and the retail. India is where basically all the key problems are getting solved at, in a low cost manner using technology on the forefront. And that's super critical. If you look at mobile payments, India has leapfrogged almost, everybody or every country, even the, developed world, and basically created a solution in terms of digital payments, which has not been there thought of. And now people are basically drawing leaf out of it or basically adopting it as one of the solutions into their ecosystem. With digital payments and basically the technology, the retail collaboration can go a long way. And if we have to solve for next billion, right, where the India is or where the Bharat is, there's a huge opportunity for us to kind of, go and figure out that collaboration. We are basically very, very honored to have two esteemed panelists here. Ramakrishnan, who is from Visa, he heads product there. He has spent lots of time in doing lending and right now defining product roadmaps at the Visa. And then we have Guru, who is basically Vice President, Customer Success Platform at PayPal, pretty much responsible for building the entire engineering team at PayPal here, and basically looking forward to have their valuable inputs on this topic. So if you look at, I think the way payments have been emerging, if I have to kind of understand basically some kind of future gazing into this, that how do you believe that these payment experiences will emerge further? And what kind of customer expectations will be there around that?
Good morning. Thanks, Vishal. Great to be here. I think a couple of things are playing out in the market as we speak, right? One is, yes, there is a tremendous scale that's being built in this country thanks to all the transformation that has happened in this market over the last 10 years or so. We have a great demographic dividend, which is perhaps adding to the mix that makes it easier for fintechs like Kaivalya, who spoke just before, on some of the things that they are trying to solve for. To me, 3-4 things emerge as large themes. One is how customer-centric are we? At the end of the day, we could be caught in scale, we could be caught in building big businesses, but truly, at the heart of it, the question that we all need to solve for is, what is that I am bringing to the table? What is my customer looking? What's the pain point? If the customer is looking for a 10-minute delivery, how do I solve for it? If the customer is looking for most seamless checkout experience while he is paying for the 10-minute delivery, how do you solve for that? I think that's the crux of it. On top of it, for the people who are solving for that problem, I think to me, what matters is, how sustainable is your solution? I mean, are you using some short-term tailwinds to build the solution? Are you using clearly long-term foundational building blocks that can help you solve for the customer's problem? And how sustainable, how profitable it is. So put the customer at the center, look everything separately, rewire the whole ecosystem, putting the customer at the center, solve for the problem through technology, through operational insights, through simple customer insights. Like, if the next billion, which is the theme that we are talking of, the next billion is perhaps in the tier 3 and the tier 6 cities of these countries. It's not in the Bangalores and the Delhis of the world. Yes, of course, they do matter. But when you go there, the problem changes dramatically, right? In the payment world, success rates is one critical factor. That is dramatically lower in some of these markets because of patchy internet connections, mobile phones not being ready. Customers may need to be served in multiple languages, not just in English, which is what is a colonial hangover for us. So all those things matter to us when you build the next billion solution in this market. So I think for me, it's all about customer. As long as you keep customer center of the plate, everything falls in place.
Thanks a lot, Ramki. Guru, I think 2 cents from you in terms of how do you believe that, how the expectations are changing?
Sure, Vishal. Ramki said earlier when we were talking that he's been in lending pretty much all his life. And Ramki, I've been on the other side. I've been in borrowing all my life. I think the disadvantage of following somebody as eloquent as Ramki is that he's taken away all your talking points. So now I have to come up with something else. I think one of the things that strikes me in terms of customer expectation, Vishal, is we've, as a collective, humanity, we've been through a couple of years that have dramatically shifted our own expectations from life. And nowhere is it as visible and tangible as it is in a couple of domains, right? If you think about what is ubiquitous in all of our lives of late in the last couple of years, there are 2 images that come to my mind. One is the face mask, which to my delight, very few people are wearing right now, which is awesome that we've kind of come to a different point in our lives. The second is the QR code, right? There has been such a rampant digitization of financial services and payments in particular that I think what was once considered pretty much insurmountable, cash was king, right? There was as a store of value, as a unit of account, as well as a medium of exchange, hard cash always had the ability to transcend any kind of impetus to move towards digitization. But the pandemic has really shifted us to a new level there. I think as lives have digitized in various realms, payments is one place where people have discovered that you can walk outside your house with nothing in your pocket other than the mobile phone that you're addicted to, right? I mean, please, audience, hands up. How many of you, right, the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning is pick up your phone, right? Those of you who are not putting up your hands, I don't believe you actually, right? I don't think I believe you, but that's one thing we don't forget. It's like an appendage to our bodies that we will never let go of. And so being able to lead most of our lives with just that, I think has become a default expectation, and nowhere is it as apparent as in payments. So when you go to a store, if the person doesn't have a QR code, you're looking at this, man, which cave are you living in right now, right? Like you've got to get on and get with the times. So I think overall, in addition to all the things that Ramki talked about, which is around customer centricity, I think one huge element of being customer centric today is to realize that nobody is transacting for the joy of the transaction. They are transacting for the joy of buying what they need, what they want, what they desire. And the payment is, honestly, it's a friction point. So the more ambient you can make payment experiences, the better it's going to be. So I think experience is going to shift to a point where payment just happens seamlessly. It's a magic moment in the background where it recedes into the background in such a safe, secure, and convenient way that you just assume it's always going to happen without any need for you to interact with the payment system.
Thanks, Guru. Thanks, Ramki. I think both of you made very, very interesting points around payments becoming ubiquitous, literally like, like a blinking pretty much, and reaching, honestly speaking, crossing all boundaries. So if you think from what was, privileged to metro, today is available as a feature or a capability to even tier 3 and tier 4. And you'll be surprised how they are adopting very, very quickly. Given all this ecosystem innovations which have been happening, and given the India stack and all the stuff where basically we have been kind of continuously building those right, pillars, how do you see that? What is the next wave of innovation which is going to happen?
Sure, I can take. I think anytime somebody mentions the India stack, there's a certain swelling up with pride that I feel honestly, because most people look at India and they look at the kind of advances that we have made in terms of being able to build something that started with digital identity, but then now has transcended towards true financial inclusion for the masses, right? I'll tell you a story about how tangibly the India stack has affected me in the recent past. So back in June, I happened to be on travel to the US, and I had kept my laptop bag inside my trunk, as was mandated as part of our compliance trainings that we go through every year, that when you're out and if you have your laptop bag with you and you can't take it with you, please keep it in the trunk. And this is in San Jose, in Silicon Valley, in the heart of Silicon Valley. My car was broken into and somebody took my bag. With that, I lost every form of identity that I had. I had my passport in there, I had 2 phones in there, I had everything else in there. So getting my documents back, for example, the PAN, the Aadhaar, it was so easy when I came back to India. I just had to go to the web, just use Aadhaar authentication and get all of this back. Honestly, it was inconceivable that it was so convenient, right? And I think all of this magic has been built on top of the India stack. Now, if you look at payments, I think PhonePe, you guys have done a report recently which talks about payments being at an inflection point in India right now, where it will go from the 3 trillion it is at to over 10 trillion in the next 3-4 years. So, and last year UPI obviously beat every other form of payment hands down. I'm sorry, Ramki, and sorry to PayPal as well, but UPI is doing phenomenally well, and all of us are daily consumers of this service. So the India stack, I think, is now branching on from payments to true financial services. When you look at lending, wealth management, insurance, there are a variety of different places where the India stack can now begin to play a very, very important part of people's financial lives and people's responsible financial lives. It's not just giving convenience, but money is a hugely emotive aspect for everybody's lives. It's something that dominates our attention and our emotions very heavily, right? Being able to do that in good ways, I think the India stack is really building a responsible ecosystem for us to be able to build for the future there.
Ramki, couple of.
Yeah, sure. I think Guru said a story. Let me tell you my own story. I came back to India now after nearly 10 years of living outside of India. So since we are in the south of India, I'll tell you a story that happened. So we went to a temple in Tamil Nadu. Okay, like we go to all temples, there is this chappal stand, right? We all understand what a chappal stand is. You go outside the temple, put it in the chappal stand, go, they give you a token which says 3. There were like 3 of us, me, my wife, and my daughter's chappal. We put it back. When I came back, he asked me how much should I pay. So I said, I asked him how much should I pay. He said, I think 20 rupees or something like that. So I was looking at my wallet and I gave him 100 rupees. He looked at me first, thinking, what am I doing, right? So I said, you said 20, so I'm giving you 100. So 100 is greater than 20 as much as elementary math that I know, right? He looked back and says, sir, since morning, and this was 12 in the afternoon, nobody has paid me in cash. It's reality, okay? He told me. And to the cave analogy that he looked at, I felt like a caveman, right? And by then, I had not set up I hadn't downloaded PhonePe. This was my 3rd day back in India, so I had a hard landing. But suffice to say, the market is, to me, whether it's 3 trillion, 10 trillion is one part, but it's there. It's there, on the wide spread of this country. Wherever you go, it's there. It's ubiquitous. So to me, I think payments in India has gone beyond numbers. It's truly making a difference to people on a day-to-day basis. We as a customer, we see. The merchant sees it. The financial institution sees it. PhonePe for sure sees it. Visa sees it. So everybody sees it. So it's fantastic. We see it happening in front of our eyes. Where do I see this going? 2 things. I think today, payments is embedded in the customer's life for sure. I think there is a journey that it needs to take where it's going from payments being embedded in the customer's journey to building solutions to customers' lifestyle, right? So on top of payments, I think we need to build lending, which is perhaps the next big rock that needs to be solved for. On top of payments, we need to add things that matters to the customer. What matters to the customers? Financial services is all about save, borrow, invest, insure, and pay. We've solved, in my view, pay to a large extent. Yes, I think we need to solve for it. But this embedded payments in the customer's financial journey needs to go and solve for the other 5 big financial needs, which is pay, invest, spend, in borrow, as well as insure, right? Which is what I guess you guys are trying to solve for. To me, I think that's the transition. And the government and the regulator and the ecosystem should wake up to that challenge. And like the way they have solved for payments, I think they need to do that for all these other financial needs. So lots of anecdotal stories we can quote, but at the end of the day, it solves for something significant in each one of our lifestyle. And I guess that's where it'll take us to as a next step.
Thanks a lot for very, very valuable inputs. And I think when you add a story to it, it kind of, people can visualize what you're talking. I think fact is actually payments has become the way of life, right? And I think it is reaching everywhere, every nook and the corner, and people are using it as a, regular habit now. Nobody needs to told that you need to make digital payments using mobile. Now people are just doing it. Everybody knows that that's the only way, whereas I don't have to worry about change. Now the good news is that because now the reach is there and the distribution is there, I think on top of this, the financial inclusion, which has been honestly speaking a dream for quite a few years, I think it's very near to its reality now because people have access to payments, and now from here onwards, as you mentioned, they can start going into that send, spend, manage, grow kind of journey and basically start investing, start protecting, start borrowing their money and basically make the best use of the technology system. To that, right, when we are talking about India, it's a very, very heterogeneous country, right? You're talking about, the tier 1 cities and metros to kind of, tier 4 cities, very, very different priorities, very, very different preferences, or very, very different even education levels and all, whatnot. With that heterogeneity in mind, right, and with plenty of data being available, what do you believe that the technology in terms of the data intelligence can be used towards, and how do you see it shaping up? Maybe Ramki, you can go first.
Yeah, it's an important question. That's the how question, right, essentially. I think, yes, huge amounts of data is available today. To me, I think if I look at those customer needs, right, if I look at lending, I think a large part of lending, let's say up until 2015 or so, has been based on bulkier information. What do I mean by that? The fact that you earn 100,000 rupees a day, the fact that you have a bank balance which amounts to so much rupees is what has driven that lending. I think that shift to more and more transaction-based lending is happening because there is troves of data that's been built on transactions, on payments, that can be used for lending. I'm sure a lot of them are doing, and we have a lot of regulations recently where the regulator is trying to see how well we can negotiate this space so that this is sustainable for the customer as well as for the institution. So I think that change of shifting from non-transaction based lending and underwriting to transaction based lending is one big change. And to that extent, we as customers should be aware of what are the data points that we can provide to a lender so that that makes our life
India's tech skill landscape and how businesses can be future ready with
Managing Director, Enterprise India ANZ Coursera, who has been helping companies and campuses upskill for over 25 years. And I welcome Dipali Dani, Vice President People, Walmart Global Tech India, to moderate this session, please. Dipali, over to you.
Over to you. Decoding retail skills for the future.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and we are here sitting between you and your lunch. Welcome to our esteemed panelists. How often do we hear the question, are you future ready? Very often? That's right, and for all the right reasons. Digital and AI transformation is changing the workplace for us and is driving our talent towards upskilling themselves into new skills and adapting to new ways of working. The World Economic Forum predicts that by 2025, there'll be 97 million new jobs created as the technology transforms, and half of this population will need reskilling just to keep up with the pace of the change. Well, let this sit in a little bit, because this means that half of our employees will need to gain new skills and competencies to keep up with this transformation. On that note, let me kick this off, and let's just quickly discuss how what does the skill landscape look like? What are the challenges and opportunities, and how do we decode the retail tech skills for the future? Welcome to Converge at Walmart, and welcome all of you, and thank you for being here today. All of you represent different facets of skill landscape and have your ears to the ground. Let me kick this off with the first question, which probably everybody is thinking today. What do you think are the emerging tech skill sets that will be needed in the next couple of years? And maybe, Ramesh, we could start with you.
Thank you, Dipali. So the technology landscape keeps changing, right? I think the only constant in the technology world is change. And what is today's cutting edge is tomorrow's, right, legacy. So I think one thing we often overlook is, like, while the cutting edge is always there, but there's a lot of body of current systems that need to be supported as well. So looking at the skills, all the current skills will continue to be needed, just the cutting edge, leading edge changes. I think a lot of what technology is looking at these days is, like, given that most of the first order systems are built, most of the integrations are done, now you're looking at higher value. That's where the new development happens in most companies and most environments. A lot of it's around analytics, a lot of it's around AI, predictive, a lot of predictive systems, or at least predictive capabilities into existing systems all over the place. I mean, like, it could be transactional, could be backend, could be other processes. So I think one of the most important emerging, like I said, the cutting edge of the technology is in the analytics space, right? AI, machine learning, computer vision, language technologies, speech, chat systems, conversational systems, automated support, automated workflows. Those are all some of the areas that's kind of in the cutting edge in almost all domains.
Wow, that resonates. Thank you, Ramesh. What do you think, Madhura?
Thanks for the question, Dipali, and it's an honor to be speaking here and representing Aspire for Her. You know, when you ask this question, I want to look at it with a slightly different lens. The last 24 hours in Bangalore, I've been told by clients that India is going to be the AI capital of the world. India is going to be the IoT capital of the world. And my heart truly swells up with pride to hear that. But there's a very important part of our own country's equation that somehow has remained untapped and underrepresented. And I got into a quizzing mode because I saw some quizzes which happened before this. So I'm going to ask a question to this audience. and that's hopefully going to answer this question. No need to pass the mic around. Just shout from where you are and tell me what the answer you think is. So, the question is about a 4-letter word which is familiar to classrooms. It starts with an R. Only 3 people in the classroom like it, and nobody else does. What is the 4-letter word I'm talking about? All of you have either been in classrooms or I'm sure you have memories of the classroom, right? Yes? Fantastic. Who said rank? Fantastic. So all of us are familiar with the word rank, and I'm now going to ask you about not your rank, but your country's rank in the Global Gender Gap Index in terms of the economic participation of women. We're talking about 146 countries that get evaluated at a global scale on this metric. Who can tell me what is India's rank out of 146 countries? Sorry? 100 and above? Any other? 50 and below? We're very optimistic. Wrong answers, everybody. 120 is the wrong answer. The right answer is 143, which means we are third from the bottom in the list of 146 countries, and that's the missing equation in India's tech progress. The women are consumers across the globe, but in India, working women's population has been declining for the past 15 years. We are trying to add 1 million women to the workforce by 2025 to add consumers, designers, creators, testers, the entire tech ecosystem. And we hope that all of you by 2025, you talked about 2 years, will be happy to see many more women in the technology space thanks to the good work that all of us are putting in. And thank you, Walmart, for doing this.
Thanks so much, Madhura. That brings a very different perspective and, of course, a very important perspective. Dallas, what do you think are the skills? And also, if you could a little bit talk about the opportunities that we may have as we build those skills.
How many Coursera learners here? Yeah? All right. So we are a platform which is about 107 odd million learners. So there's some visibility. The context of what I'm giving you is in the context of that many learners on the platform that gives us some insights across industries. Now, broadly, when we think of in the emerging areas of skills, we normally talk of 3 broad areas. One is, of course, business. Second is data. And third, I would call them mostly human skills, right? So data and tech is into, you can put it into one category. Business skills are normally, these are functional knowledge of whatever sector you are in, whatever jobs that you do. So there is something very specific, and that's transforming, that's changing. You know, the way, a little while back we heard how the payments industry is changing. What a payment, an employee in that business a few years back would think of payment in one particular way, think of Visa, how they were operating and what they need to think in the context of the ecosystem. So the roles in every single function continues to change, and it is driven by typically one big element, and probably in retail, it's probably the biggest one, which is automation, right? A lot of the lower level jobs, which can be algorithmed, will get algorithmed, right? So you will, the emergence of data and the ability of the computers to create algorithms will take away a lot of the entry-level jobs. That doesn't mean the entry-level jobs go away. The only thing that changes is the need for higher order skills in the entry-level jobs. So I think that's the first big trend that I would call out in the context of emerging skills, right? The second element is the embed of technology into various areas, right? So first is the automation and the change of what the nature of functions would be. And the second is the embedment of technology in many areas of business which earlier hitherto didn't exist, right? The emergence of, now we can use the traditional word IoT, but the other side of IoT is actually sensors, but the biggest impact of that is actually data, right? And Ramesh spoke about 2 things, right? If there is data, there is an ability for automation. If there is data, there is an ability to write your ML algorithm. And then finally, with the ability to combine all of that into an actionable insight through AI. The area that I think a little while back we did have, I think, Guru speak about, the area that computers are still not able to solve for is the area of empathy, or is the area of which are more human type skills. So we call them as human skills, and those are areas which are newly emerging skills that are far more important in us as people, right? So I call them things like critical thinking, right? Building broader perspectives, because that's a very important area. With the amount of data and information, the ability to build perspectives is unique to humans, right? So how do you build that perspective? So there are many new emerging softer skills or human skills which will be more durable in nature, but which needs to be nurtured. So think of these as broader buckets. Underneath that, we can speak about specific, in software development, of course, there is, I can give you a few areas: UI, UX design, computational thinking, project management. I think these are some core areas that we see on the platform, high in demand. In data analytics, of course, and data analysis visualization is probably the biggest area that we see where a lot of the learners learn. Statistics, an emerging area which has become far more important in data as a function. And by the way, India is lagging the most in that area. We are probably number 3 in the world in data, but in data, the area of statistics is the area that we are, as a country, lagging the best. Statistics and probability is our weakest area, right? Languages, of course, SQL, Python, so on and so forth. So tons of areas. If for anyone of you interested in understanding any specific area of skills, we publish an annual report. There is something called as an industry skills report. So if you're interested in a retail industry specific report, I would encourage you to go download the industry skills report. If you are a more generic technologist, you want to have emerging technologies report, I would recommend you to go and look at the global skills report, so that can give you more specific insights for your respective roles.
Thanks, Dallas. And just continuing on that bit and continuing with you, how can we nurture an inclusive industry academia? Because, industry, academia, and all of us are here. Collaboration to bridge some of these skill gaps that we probably have for the future.
Yeah. So one big trend that is emerging now is the industry as an educator, right? If you think about in the way our institutions are built, typically the education is a segment where between the age, especially higher education or adult education between the age of 17 to 24, is predominantly owned by the higher education institutions, which is universities and colleges, right? So that polytechnics and so on and so forth. They tend to skill the workforce of the future, but there is emerging big issue in the context of gaps, right? And it's an old concept, the skill gap. But the way this is getting transformed is with industry coming and joining as an educator, right? And this is a new trend that we see across the globe. It is not unique to India. It's something that we are seeing globally. And simple things being the skill currencies are shorter, right? While knowledge can be more sustainable, but tools and skills around those tools are much shorter in nature. Cloud computing, I think what you learn today, I'm very sure 3 years down the line, you would have to rework your entire skill portfolio, and especially in terms of tooling, right? Because there'll be so much more automation that would go in there. So the one big trend is the industry emerging as an educator, and industry is participating in this process through what I call as a trend called micro-credentials, right? Today, if you see a Google offering a micro-credential, and IBM offering a micro-credential, right? And Amazon offering a micro-credential, we're starting to see traditional industries offering micro-credentials, right? We have Novartis offering micro-credentials, L&T offering micro-credentials, Tally offering micro-credentials. So we are starting this new trend with industry emerging as an educator, and that goes into the academia, where academia combines that with that. The second part is more the hands-on skilling, right? This is especially in technology skilling. Conceptual learning is one part, but the hands-on piece is the place where there is the biggest issue. India's gross enrollment ratio is about 27%, which is in the tertiary education sector, number of students who pass out of schools who join a higher education. It's one of the lowest. The minimum that you would need to have to be called a developed country is 50%, right? So that's the NEP goal, National New Education Policy's goal. Now think about it this way: if you have to educate so many more students, how many colleges you will build, right? We are at 50% of where we need to be. You just can't do that. Now, how do you create a workforce which needs, where while we increase our gross enrollment ratio, how do you increase the reach in the context of the number of people who get skilled, right? So that's where digital technologies and blended learning is another area that is coming in the context of education, where university capacity can be increased by bringing in newer concepts of technology there, and that's a new trend that we observe.
That's awesome. And that brings me to another question, maybe Ramesh, to you, to say, Triple IT Hyderabad has leveraged several, creative approaches to skilling. And in 2021, y'all nurtured almost 10,000 AI experts. That's amazing. And you did various formats to come to this. What we want to learn from you today is, what do you think, how do you think we together build an ecosystem for such tech skilling at, in campuses and outside?
Yeah, I think that is the whole learning space has got democratized, right? Thanks to Coursera on one side, the likes of Coursera on one side, most leading institutions kind of coming globally and nationally, coming and making most of their learning content available, right? So what we have done, we said as a research university, we're primarily focused on research, and our whole pedagogy, even our undergrad model, is based on research. So, so our approach was like, we thought the limited bandwidth that we have, I mean, we're not a very large institution, the limited bandwidth that we have, so we always try to blur the boundary between industry and research, especially academic research. And so we have most of our research students coming in from industry. We have a standing committee process where they can come work with the professor, and professor recommends their case without even coming through a test and interview. And we have all our courses are available for industry. We don't publicize much because we can't take too many of them in a semester, but it's open to anybody. They just need a letter from a HR, and they can come get a student status and a roll number and can take any of our courses, sit in our class, do the same thing as our regular UG and PG students do. We've had that for a long time. In recent years, we said like we need to take it even further. We always felt there's a mandate, and industry is a very key stakeholder for us. When government started Triple IT was the first Triple IT, there were 6 companies that came in: Oracle, IBM, Microsoft, Motorola, Satyam, and Keen, that were part of the whole process of creating the institute. They set up a corpus, and they set up their own schools also on campus. And since then, we've been, and thankfully, the industry grew around us. We're bang in the middle of the IT cluster in Hyderabad. And so we work very closely with industry. We felt we needed to do more, so we started the executive education program to further increase it. That was about 4 or 5 years back. And we said, given that the best in the world are offering courses online, so we said we will do a touch-based model. And of course, pandemic reduced the touch a little, but we still do live touch, right? If it's on, even if it's online, we said there is a need for such kind of, which is slightly more deeper in its structure. So we do that. In last couple of years, especially fueled by pandemic, we wanted to kind of expand this even further. So we have started, especially on academic institution, with every college out there starting an AI program, and sadly discounting all other forms of engineering, right? There are only, if you look at many colleges now, tier 2 colleges especially, have only 6 flavors of computer science, right? There's one in AI, one in data sciences, one in machine learning, and it's a little sad, and the quality of teaching is already bad. CS was bad, and now you go into sub-classification, it's going to be even worse. So we started a program to teach machine learning at scale. It's online with live tutors, the inverted classroom, but live tutors for assignments. So that's got a few thousand students from other colleges. Our whole idea was that we can't change what happens in those colleges. Can we at least supplement their knowledge? And it's a pure knowledge exercise, and at depth. It's very, very math driven. So most won't be able to do it, but those that are interested have a good avenue now. And so we are trying, and we started one more program last year. This we started a couple of years back. Last year, where we said, can we increase the research web? We've been talking about, we talk about MOOC courses. We've been talking about MOOC, massive online projects. Can we get research happening at scale? Create a web of institutions where, most colleges, while faculty finish their PhD and come into teaching, they're completely consumed with teaching. They hardly continue the research. We're trying to say, can we stroke that interest? So we have an interesting program called College Research Affiliate Program. So where that touches another 500 to 1,000 kids. We did a pilot last year, and we're starting the second cohort this year. It's a multifaceted college, few faculty, and about 100 students come into a research area. So we're trying many things in our own limited way with the limited bandwidth that we have to do this at scale. The mantra that we are following is like the boundaries are blurred. Boundary between industry and us is blurred. Boundary between other colleges and us is blurred. And like, so make it as porous and fluid as possible so that like we can create that extended web of knowledge.
Yeah, and we see this more and more every day as our current and newer generation goes through so much learning. Just switching the gear a little bit and coming to you, Madhura, even though science and technology is emerging and transforming so much, there is a lot of potential, like you earlier spoke about, right, to narrow the gender gap, especially so in technology. I mean, that's what I can speak for. What are your recommendations that that we can do as the universe of technology together, all the four pieces coming together? Share some interesting stories that may have worked so that our audience can also, learn from it.
Great question. And some of the experiments that we work with, have a lot to rely on both what Dallas talked about and what Ramesh talked about, because we use tech resources extensively. But there is an element that we bring in terms of community-based learning. And our community is actually led by a set of industry leaders or mentors. And our mentors are CEOs, CXOs, women leaders from various walks of life who actually come to our community and ensure that they do one-to-one or one-to-many mentorship sessions across all our members. So while we have a lot of technical resources, there are very few resources for young women to actually venture in the workplace and make a success of their career, because there are a whole lot of societal expectations which put self-limiting beliefs on them. So that's an interesting model that's worked out very beautifully for us. I have some mentors of Aspire for Her sitting right here, and very proud to see the kind of transformational stories that they bring about every day. Just to give you an example, and the community comes together to motivate each other, support each other, connect with each other, and elevate each other. So there have been women who have walked out of abusive marriages because they have done this course, they have got the job, and they can put their hand up confidently today. There are women who have lost their primary breadwinners to COVID, emotionally devastated, and they have come forward, reskilled themselves, upskilled themselves, and have managed to join some of the best organizations in the globe. So we see stories like this which really brighten our days every day, and we feel inspired to do more. So thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Madhura. Just quickly, Dallas, just to go back to saying, we got to do all this, but we got to do this at scale, right? What do you think are going to be our multi-format approach that will cater to the diverse talent pool that we are talking about, includes women and all sorts of other talent pool as well? What do you think are our strategies, and how can we learn from your experiences?
Thank you. Maybe I'll just first add an additional data point that especially the women learners. In India, we ran these data analysis, and we saw over the last 2 years, the number of women learners in STEM actually went up from 38% to 42% on the platform, right? And the way I would see this is, the number one thing that it did, that we brought in, was accessibility, right? In the context of, it's a very simple thing. How do you make learning accessible to a large population? So that's probably, it was just an impact of that. But underneath that, I'll actually talk of two things that power scale, right? Number one is the power of platform, and that's where technology comes in and the ability to scale comes in, right? I know when you talked about scale, you were thinking about a few hundreds to thousands, but that's not sufficient, right? That needs to scale to millions, and in a country like us, to billions, right? So that's where the power of a platform comes in. And then you think of leveraging technology around saying, how can I leverage a platform scale to reach out to a large number of people? How can I get high quality education, whether it is the source is from a top university, doesn't matter where in the world they are, but they are this. If you want to learn entrepreneurship, maybe the best place to learn is Stanford. Would you like to have here entrepreneurship from Stanford and that be made available to a small town entrepreneur who has ambitions sitting in Shillong, right? Should he have that access? So that's one part of the scale that we think of in the context of how platforms can bring in. Now you combine that with the power of networks, and that's where the community comes in. That's where the community of educators come in, the community of mentors come in, and the community of learners come in. And you combine the power of these two, the potential is immense, right? So how can you get high quality education in a way that it delivers high quality impact? Second, you create a power of network by bringing a network of educators, network of learners together so that there is cohort-based learning and other aspects. Now, as you do this, the other things that we think about when we think scale is personalization. So there are two things, I think in the previous panel we spoke about, along with scale, the other trend that we see is personalization, right? Which is at a learner level, both you and me could be the same role, could be doing the same job, but both of us might have very different skills to do that job, right? But in the traditional model, what we do is that all of us are sent to the same training program, we go through the same curriculums, go through the same content. And in some cases, we don't even know what our job roles' specific skills are. So the big trend that is emerging in the industries around is skills-first learning, and which is attached to a role, which fundamentally means every role, companies are defining what is the specific skills that you require. And the second, at a personalization level, every learner should have the ability to find out where he or she stands, and then you are able to progress the learning according to your specific gap. Right? So that's the personalization scale that we are doing. So these are some areas where new innovations are emerging. There is the Coursera model. There are others who are doing this as well. It's not the area. But this is an area where I feel will help us transform and build, at least in this industry, which has impact with technology, to build talent at scale at the speed that we need to do.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we're just warming up into the conversation, but we do have a little bit of a time limit. One very quick question. As the future of tech and hence skill evolves, what would be one advice that you'd give to tech organizations?
I've straddled both the worlds. Right? I moved from industry to academics, and I also very actively involved with the whole innovation ecosystem for many, many years. I see as, I'm speaking only from the tech industry standpoint, because that's all I understand well. Now, most of the industry is moving from kind of back-end jobs. Right? When I say back-end, I mean like technology, not the frontline thinking, which generally the home offices do. They're all actively moving towards now being more inclusive and more wholesome in what they do in whether it's services industry or even the companies like Walmart and such. There are more wholesome jobs happening here. So I think the biggest gap I see is in our ability to think complete systems, complete solutions, think customers, think markets, and think creative. I feel skills we've always been good at, whether it was like something in the 90s or the Y2K or the post-Y2K, Web 2.0, now Web 3.0, AI, you name it. As an industry, everybody complains about having kind of not easy to find skills, but we all get our job done, right? The latest, greatest technology we can deliver as quickly as anybody else in the world can do. So I don't think technology is a challenge for us. As hard as it might be, we've kind of, that cat is built well. Creative thinking, customer-centric thinking, market-centric thinking, that is the opportunity that we have. If we don't do that, we will lose out. I mean, we will always be the back office for the world and never be kind of technology creators for the world. While, like I always say, Indians in Bay Area can do it. Why can't Indians in India? They're no different from us, right? And I think that is the opportunity, the need and the opportunity both that we have to create tremendous value from the tech industry in India.
Do you want to take a minute to talk about the same question, Madhura? And I know we are on time almost.
To the entire tech industry, this is my only message. As customers, as employees, and everything in between, please continue to aspire for her.
Maybe I'll build on the same theme, right? The way I would foresee the future of work, and I will call that the future of work will become learning. Right? It will not, your jobs will be dependent on your ability to learn. Because if you don't become a lifelong learner, that will probably be the biggest issue that you will have in your career. So the future of work will be learning, and you will be what you know. Right? So I'll leave it with that.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for listening in today. Let me just quickly summarize a little bit of what I remember of the conversation, and definitely learned a lot. Our audience have enjoyed. Just starting from the skills for the future, which is more higher order skills, whether it is AI, predictability, customer focus, bridging the gender gap that we have right now, and how we as an ecosystem come together, because there's just no one solution that's going to prepare us for the retail tech for the future. But all of us coming together, upskilling, reskilling our existing talent pool, and also enabling the Gen Z's generation that is probably going to lead our talent, entire landscape very soon. Thank you very much. It's been lovely interacting with you all, and I would just like to thank our audience also for listening in, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, experts. That was a great, insightful conversation. Coming up to the wrap of the first half of the day, we have the next session where the panel of leaders will discuss on the topic of AI and the lens to which AI can be leveraged to help the business operations and optimizations in business operations across industries.
Yeah. Before that, Amrita, let's not forget to thank our human help before we move on to thanking the AI. We have Rupa and Sushila here, interpreters for sign language interpreters here in the room. Thank you and shout out to them. Yeah. Moving on to the session. First up, we have Vijay Nelson, CPO, Scropin, who is helping reimagine a tech-enabled agriculture ecosystem worldwide. Welcome, Vijay. Joining him is Kumar Rangarajan, co-founder, prefers to call obsessive dictator, right? Yeah, from Slang Labs, the visionary behind the world's first voice-as-a-service company.
We also have Saurabh Agrawal, SVP, Analytics and CRM, Lenskart, a tech futurist with close to 20 years of industry experience. Joining them on stage will be our moderator, Anuj Sahai, Vice President of Product, Walmart Global Tech.
Thank you.
Here we go. Leveraging AI for product-led growth at web scale.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Product-led growth is a business strategy that relies on product as the primary vehicle to drive customer acquisition, retention, and expansion. Data has shown that organizations that leverage product growth strategies typically see much higher growth. They perform much better than their peers. There are lower costs and much stronger valuation multiples. AI is at the heart of enabling and scaling a lot of product growth strategies. How does this all happen? That's really what we are here to talk about today as we talk about leveraging AI for product-led growth strategies at web scale. We'll dive into how businesses can leverage real-time personalization, talk about customer retention, also touch upon trends, like how can you forecast better trends leveraging AI, And for that, we have three leaders from organizations that are winning at this game. Welcome to Converge, Vijay, Kumar, and Saurabh. Thank you for joining us today. First, I'll start off by just opening this up to all of you in terms of, the competition is fierce, and for competitive advantage, you need to have, it's critical to have competitive advantage to be able to sustain, right? And product-led growth strategies is one of the enablers for organizations to drive that. So let's start by understanding what each one of you think about product-led growth. What does that mean, and how have you been leveraging some of that in your respective organizations?
Thank you, Anuj. Thanks for this opportunity, and thanks for sparing this time during lunchtime. So I'm Vijay Nelson from Cropin, and I would probably set brief context on what we are dealing with here. And this is a common topic for all of us, which influence all of our lives. And by 2050, we expect the global population to be about 10 billion. And our food production needs to double to cope up with this global scale growth. Now, how do we do it? And of course, there are ways to do it, but there are challenges in this ecosystem we face with today, right? For example, deforestation, right? So about 14.5% of deforestation is because of agriculture. And 8.5% of global green gas emissions are from agriculture because of the fertilizer chemicals that go into agriculture. Even with all of this, there's food shortage today. And 30 to 50% of the food that is produced on the field, when it hits the retailer, it's lost. Because most happens on the field during the post-warehouse management and until it hits the folk. And even with this level of production, there's about 275 million of global population that's malnourished. And that's where we come in at Cropin, and we try to solve that. And we've been solving it for the last 12 years. And we work with about 100 plus customers across 92 countries today. And we know about 500 crops and 10,000 crop varieties. And how we do it through deep tech and AI. So we have digitized and provided predictive intelligence for about 0.2 billion acres of the land over the globe, and we influence the life of about 7 million farmers today, and we keep growing. So how we do it, right? So we are a product-led organization, and when we look at building our products, or when we started building our products early, how we looked at it is we always look towards the future. And AI was a key player in it, because today, without it, we couldn't have achieved this global scale. For example, I'll talk a little bit about the complexity involved here. Even within Karnataka, within a district, within a Gram Panchayat, how you grow rice for sorghum versus another variety, let's say basmati, is very different. And it varies from farmer to farmer. And the practices are shared from farmer to farmer, word of the mouth, right? This is changing today. So, and now look at a global scale. Every location, the same crop will have to grow differently with different climatic conditions, weather conditions. So we first started with digitizing this practices over years. We have built solutions and products to digitize the entire farming operations. Our primary customers are farming companies, not directly farmers. We are a B2B2C company, but we influence the farmers through these companies. So we work with seed production companies like Syngenta. We work with crop production companies like Bayer. We work with procurement and retailers like McCain. And then we also work with many of the trading companies, commodity traders. We work with banking sectors who lends to farmers. We work with government and also dev sectors. For example, as part of our PMO organization, for the overall Kisan lending, we are one of the major players there, right? So how we do it, we influence it through intelligence and technologies. For example, if you take a farmland, it's very difficult to instruct a farmer through, let's say one of our customers is McCain, who grows potato in North India. So we need to actually do a season planning. So the demand and supply is a bigger problem for many of these companies. And what we try to do is we actually help them before the season. We show them a potato map where all potatoes grown through our remote satellite-based sensing. And the satellite imagery is through bands. you can't make sense of it visually. It goes through so many bands. We work with 6 satellite images, and it's a continuous flow. And our AI/ML models make sense of it. We have trained it through years with data across the globe, and we can make sense and find which crop has grown where, what was the crop grown in the last 6 seasons, what was the health of the crop, what could have been the yield predicted on it, or the harvest in tonnage, and then what was the soil it was planted on, how much water went to it, and we can also tell the health of the crop through the season across the last 6 years. Right? That's the power that the AI brings into our product. Now, with this, we can forecast and help them plan the season. For example, they would need, out of 10,000 tons they need of potato, they would need 5,000 to grow with the farmers, 5,000 they'll procure outside. Now, we need to tell them how much they can expect from the farmers they can work with, so they will go and contract with the farmers or work with the farmers to procure with them. Now, the second challenge is sustainability. So we need to procure from the farmers who are sustainable. So how much deforestation they have done over years, right? So we can actually see it and look at the land map change. We call it land use, land cover. How much has changed over years, and we can actually overlay it and say how much encroachment has happened, and based on it, we engage with them. So this is one intelligence. Now, through the season also, we target the plot, give intelligence to the farmer and the company to tell them what is the stage of the crop it is today? What is the health of the crop? How much fertilizer it is taking in? How much green it is? And how much water you have taken in? And we save a lot of water for them through our irrigation models. We can predict our diseases through our AML models and tell 15 days ahead of the disease that impacts them, which saves a lot of produce. These are some of the glimpses in what we do through AI, which cannot work globally. Because today morning I talked to one of our customers, Bayer, and they were sitting in Brazil. I was telling them what's happening on the field, sitting in my desktop, and showing them these are the 10-meter patches that you have to go and improve your spraying. That's the level of intelligence we get through AI, which is not possible. So AI is today, it's not the future, and you have to deal with it. Without it, many of these solutions will be very, very difficult to build.
Fantastic. Kumar, you want to?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Anuj, for the invite. Great to be here. So before, again, I want to just set a little context. But before that, I want to ask a question. How many of you people here use an e-commerce app to do purchases? Silly question asking in Walmart, but everybody, right? How many of our parents or grandparents can use the same app to do the same purchase? How many people here are confident that your parents or grandparents? Okay, 2 hands, 3, 4. Hey, more hands are coming, but good. But that's a good sign. It's a good sign, but it's far lesser than the number of people who can actually do like us, right? How many of us, like our tier 2, tier 3 brethren, can actually do this without our help? Right? Like we in the urban population can use apps, we are very comfortable, but our tier 2, tier 3 brethren, villages and small towns, how confident are we that they can actually use this that we're building, right? Again, I'm sure, I don't know if you guys know the data, but like it's far lesser. Right? Actually, if you go out there, you'll realize what are the kind of challenge they actually face. That's what we're trying to solve at Slang Labs by having a voice layer on top of these e-commerce and other kind of apps to be able to now do these transactions, especially in their own language. Right? So that's the context with which we come from. So again, from an AI perspective, so we are fundamentally an AI-driven product. Right? There are a lot of AI technology that exists in our stack, starting with automatic speech recognition. How do we be able to convert someone's voice from different accents and different languages and to be able to get text? Then second thing is natural language processing, to be able to find meaning out of it and extract data from it. Then there is translation, where if you have to be able to use different languages, you have to use that. All of that is all AI-driven tech. And finally, there's a speech-to-text. And assistant is not just one way. The app also has to be able to speak back to you and tell you the right things. Right? These are all the various AI tech that our system is now using. Now, from a product-led growth, this is a more specific question you're trying to get to. So we are a platform which brands have to be able to now integrate. And right from day one, the way we have built it is like, how do we get these brands to be able to integrate this in a completely self-serve fashion, right? Like where we should not be, we don't need to have someone human in the loop to be able to not tell them what to do, right? They should be able to come to our website, take it up, and then do. But from a business perspective, we had a vision that our voice assistant platform should be applicable to every single app out there. Like millions of apps should be able to now use our platform, but still they should be able to do it in a self-serve manner. Like that became a contradictory sort of a goals. So we started layering out our product strategy in such a way, like we wanted to keep that self-serve goal, but we said, okay, let's limit to a few domains. So we picked a few domains where we came up with pre-built models, pre-built experiences with some level of customization that will give them the variety that they were looking for. All of them was pre-built, and brands can now, with the least effort, integrate that into, and then they can then release it. And then we have a system which then learns automatically. Again, AI fundamental thing is like it's never going to be perfect on day one. and then it's going to consume. As people start using the system, it will learn, and we have a semi-automated process which takes, consumes, and then improves. So that's the whole part of how we're using AI and a product-led strategy to get things done.
You were also talking about a B2C component.
Yeah. So again, that's the thing. So our product is fundamentally a B2B2C app. So we are a voice assistant that a brand integrates, but finally our assistant is used by the end customer. Right? The end consumer has to use his voice assistant, and we are a full stack voice assistant. So that's the whole thing. And now there's another thing that we also built, like now for us to be able to now reach the end user, which is where in our mind, that's the actual customer, because the whole purpose of doing this is to make the end user successful. But the path we have to take is through the brands. We have to actually integrate our assistant. So what we did is we even built a consumer-facing app, right, which is called Shortcuts, which essentially if a consumer installs this app, whenever they open some of the popular e-commerce apps, we will automatically add a voice layer on top of those apps without the brands doing anything. Right? And then the end user has the ability to be able to now interact with that app using voice, even though the app brand itself has done nothing. So we are able to now do that. That's another consumer-facing act that we did to again trigger this whole product-led life cycle.
Fantastic. Saurabh, your views, please.
Thank you very much, Anuj. I represent Lenskart, and Lenskart is in the business of providing eyewear solutions to people. Eyewear is a category, if I tell you some global numbers, about 40% of people in the world need some kind of vision correction. And eyewear also has a fashion aspect to it with things like sunglasses and color contact lenses. So there's a huge opportunity in terms of demand. What we have been, and it's a 10-year-old company, but the challenge has been, the gap has been, is to provide affordable fashion at scale. So that has been the key thing. 10 years back, Lenskart started as lenskart.com when the entire, when Flipkarts of the world were starting. But soon we realized that eyewear as a category is not easy to sell online, because people would like to try, people would want to get their eye test done, then there is the shape of the face, and then the size. So that was limiting us. So we ventured into offline retail stores. While our online was a big category itself. And what it helped us is online became a discovery platform, and our offline is the experience center. But when we went into offline, we went into the product mindset of online when we reached offline. And that is where there were three basic concepts which we used. The first is whenever we are doing any online purchase, it's all do it yourself. And that has happened in the retail as well, from having aisles where somebody is serving you. It has become like you go through the places. And we see that in all the retail stores today. That's the big change. But the more important is 24/7 access, which is where you may start online, you go offline, and then you go online. That is the whole journey keeps on happening. So do it yourself is the first thing which kind of enabled in the ecosystem. The second one is about transparency. When I say transparency, it means if we go to a store to buy something, we check on our websites that what's the price, what is the ratings, what is the reviews. So of our products, we made sure that all of these things is uniformed and made accessible through use of QR codes. And the third key aspect is the use of personalization and data, which is the core and heart of this thing which helped us scale. So the customer might go online, try it, add to cart, go into the store, try and buy, and if the specs breaks, then he goes online to repeat purchase. So use of data across all touch points has been a key thing. A traditional retail company would only know the order history of the customer, and he might not know because people might just buy over the counter without naming the customer. But when you apply online principles, you know the intent, you know the top funnel, you know the middle funnel, and you also know from which campaign did he come in and how did he check out. Now, apply that concept in an online, offline world. That's how we use a lot of AI with a product mindset. There are some core features like the virtual try-on and AR, which also helps us do it. But yeah, at Lenskart, AI plus data is what helps us scale, and with a product mindset of the online company, e-commerce company, using retail has been the biggest asset and growth driver for us.
Fantastic. Vijay, you spoke about how you've pretty much mapped out 1/3 of the planet, right? And so, could you share as part of that, what is your one key learning, leveraging AI in terms of that scale up of the product? Like, what would that be if you sort of retrospect?
Sure. I'll take a product and a customer angle to answer this. So most of our innovations are customer-led, right? For example, as many of you know from retail, right? What you place on the shelf is very, very important, which has to move, which has to appeal to the customer. So from what we did something similar, and we looked at each of the farmers and the companies and their needs, and we looked a few years ahead. That's how we started with it. So when you always build a AI solution, always don't look at only current problems, look at futuristic problems, because it will take time for you to build and train your models. And you also need to know the ecosystem, understand how they can utilize your solutions and intelligence, because it's very, very important. For example, today I can't just show the intelligence as it is to a farmer. They can't make sense of it, right? Even it's difficult for me to make sense of it. So I need to build a product that can translate that intelligence into a crop health, which he can understand, saying that this is something looks out of the normal, and I need to have a specific action to it. That's how we actually build our solutions through the product and bring the intelligence seamlessly. And the main challenge you will face is in making sure the accuracy is better. Even if your accuracy is better, how the customer understands that this is accurate. So what we do is we give them on-the-field insights, which is coming through our field solutions or apps. And we also give the information coming from the IoT or the sensors in the field. And then we give the remote sensing satellite information, which is coming from our AI models. We will give it to the users, compare and show them, this is the target you set for your harvest. And this is the current yield that we are seeing from your field, which you have entered, or your field members have entered. And this is your IoT inputs, and this is what it is predicting. And this is the satellite intelligence we are providing through AI. Now you take a decision with this, right? We are enabling them to take a decision which is more relevant to them. They have methods and they have references to compare. That's where your AI will be very successful in terms of intelligence, rather than giving raw intelligence. This is something we have learned hard through the years, and our products are comprehensively built to see this together, right? Rather than just an intelligence layer. It has to seamlessly flow within the product, which is a key learning. And that's one thing I'll just say. We launched this Crop in Cloud, which brings all these three layers together, which is your app suite layer, the data hub layer, which collects input from any app on the field, any IoT, any machine. A John Deere tractor can connect to a data hub, right? It can publish the information. Then we put our intelligence and AI models. We have about 22 AI models, which can detect the forest, which can detect which is croppable land, which crop, which can even detect models for carbon and stubble burning. We use all of this and give them intelligence which they can take good decisions on the field, timely decisions. That's where AI comes in. It is predictable, right? Which you cannot do with a field insight, right? So that is how you do a product-led development through AI. It's a very important enabler, and it's happening.
Wow, fantastic. Kumar, you at Slang Labs have created a fantastic product that is pretty much democratizing e-commerce, right? In a very, very nuanced market like India, so many customer cohorts, languages, preferences, right? So to drive further inclusion, what are some of the components of AI that you are super excited about, that you think could drive more inclusion going forward? How are you thinking about it?
Yeah. So this again as a two-sided challenge, just to be able to, because on one side we need to be able to now work with brands to be able to now integrate an AI solution into their system with the least friction from their side. Right? They don't want to spend a lot of investment and effort to be able to integrate an AI solution. The magic should be abstracted behind the scenes in some sense for them also, for the brand who's integrating. Right. On the second side is the consumer side of the story. When a consumer is interacting with the voice assistant, they are only looking for, they don't care about AI, non-AI, it's an irrelevant story for them. They just need something that just works. Right? When I speak, it should work. Right? It should understand what I'm saying. And it should be contextual to my requirement. Right? Like when I say it should be able to now say, for example, when somebody is saying, book a ticket to Bangalore, book a ticket to Chennai 2 days from now, or tomorrow, or it should be able to now understand. Right? But an app will understand what is tomorrow. But the user is going to just say tomorrow, or he's going to say day before Diwali, right? Or 2 days after Christmas. That's how you would normally speak. Now the system has to be able to understand. So how do you now make that work is the challenge. Now the way we have gone about doing is to the first side problem is from a product integration perspective. That's been our core philosophy. Like how do you make integration trivial, super easy, but still extensible? So that's the key thing here. Like when I said we have pre-built models, it's not traditional just a bunch of models that people just consume. These are extensible models that are cross-trainable for the requirements of the customer the easiest possible way. Right? Again, and we have sort of broken the traditional AIs, the NLP world of AI. There are things like called intents and entities, is how you people typically program.
Right.
We have crossed all of that and say, okay, let's not talk in those terms because nobody will understand. Like, the average Android web developer will not understand those terms. So you have to be able to speak in terms of a journey, a user journey in their domain. Right. That's how we expose and abstract out the entire problem for them, so it becomes very trivial and easy for them to be able to consume. And again, from the consumer's perspective, to be able to make sure things just work. It understands, it's personalized. Simple things like when you talk to a voice assistant, typically a lot of voice assistants, I'm just thinking to speak, it times out.
Right.
Now, it has nothing to do with AI, but it's like intelligence, right? In the sense, like you have to be able to now make that system work. How do you make all of that work? So that's been what we have, that's the number one problem we're trying to solve today. How do you make integration trivial, but still customizable, which an average Android developer will understand? How do you make the system work for a consumer? From a futuristic perspective, what we're trying to say, like today, even for us to be able to now work with customers, there is still some dependency on the data the customer will provide for us to tweak the model for their needs. How do we reduce even that? Right? How do we make the system in a way that it can actually keep learning on the fly? So that you don't need that dependency on the customer data. Right. That bootstrapping problem, solve that, because that's again will make the integration faster to spread. Like how do you know, that's a core, because the whole purpose of AI is like you need to start with data.
Right.
How do you remove data from the story? Is it even possible? Right? But it is behind the scenes. Of course, there is data somewhere, but it's not exposed directly to the customer. Is there a way for us to be able to sense and learn? So that's from the, and from the consumer side story, how do you now improve the experience even more faster? How do you personalize it? How do you reduce the latency? How do you make it work even in a poor network condition?
Right.
How do you move to the edge? Right? How do you understand more languages? So that's sort of where we are now trying to push this. And an even more futuristic thing that we're trying to, next level, is to be able to imagine omni-channel conversational experience. Right? Today, we are talking in terms of an app. Okay, that's why a predominant use case. Okay, you talk to an app and to be able to not get things done. But in a world where can it be cross? Like I don't talk to an app. I started a conversation with a smart speaker, continue my conversation with a thing, and then I go on to a car. Then I take it from there. Like how do you get this entire thing seamlessly done? Those are all how we imagine how the future will look.
And right now, how many languages?
So today we support 5 languages. Right?
And for how many verticals?
For 5 languages for 6 verticals that we support.
So Lenskart is certainly one of the fastest growing e-commerce, eyewear retailers out there. You spoke about, how you leveraging AI, how AI through the AR, VR technologies sort of helped you scale. Can you talk a bit more about that journey and how that sort of transpired and what are the key learnings from that?
Yeah. So I think so when one is business to customer, the key is to use AI at scale. And how do you use it to your advantage to drive better customer experience? That's the key thing. And we see a lot of articles and all AI is being published every time. But to see real AI in action is the key thing out here. So, as Lenskart during its 10-year journey, we experimented with a lot of AI applications. But what we found is the augmented reality combined with personalization had a sweet spot for us, because that is how it provided the person the ability to envision himself how he looks wearing that glasses and doing it. So this feature got launched almost like 3-4 years, about 4-5 years ago. And that time it used to take almost 60 seconds for the person to train himself on the mobile, do left, right, and then do everything. And then it will start showing recommendations. And fast forward to our latest release, we used to use a third-party tech. Now we have developed it in-house. And how it helps us is within 3 seconds, it starts to function without even any training. Like you start and then you can start looking at it. And then what's the best specs? So, and you would notice that 30-40% in this room are wearing specs, and it's very hard to find 2 or 3 people with the same specs. So, and everyone wants to be a little unique. If you just notice, all the 3 of us are wearing different version. So it's also like 70% above 35-40 need vision correction as well. So the amount of styles you have, like we ourselves had 20,000 styles. So online, it's a good experience that, okay, you can show styles, but it's difficult to buy. So what we did is we took this technology not only online, we took it in our stores as well, where on a store, typically you can have 1,000 or 1,500 things, but we introduced iPads across and people can try it with their personal phone, or you can use the store iPad, because not everyone will have a good phone which can have that technology out there. So AR became a core proposition, and as the processor or AR core and GPUs came into the phone, it is even going better. Today you need a good app to use it. We are trying to do it in our web browser. It's not yet there. The experience is not yet there because it takes time to download. I hope with 5G coming in. So what happens is, as your hardware and internet speeds come in, these technologies mature and the penetration improves. As we heard in case of voice also, it's sometimes like Google says 1 in every 4 searches comes in this way. In our case, 1 in every 3 person on our app has tried AR. And the likelihood of a person converting from AR is 6 times more than a normal person. Wow. So AR is great, but then we did a third level that we used AR, AI vision, one more step ahead. So to know what's happening on a store footfall, like in online you see, you get traffic and you do conversion. So, but the tech was expensive, like you have to replace all cameras. So what we did is we feeded the regular recordings which happen in a CCTV, and we leverage that to know what class of people are coming in, not to know the person, but to know like whether it's what's the demographics, it's the gender ratio, age groups which are coming in, what's the footfall. So that helped us use computer vision across customer experience and in our day-to-day operations as well.
Awesome. One of the I know we're almost on time. This has been fascinating. I just sort of close with one last question, right? AI is on top of mind for most leaders, most organizations. I think that's acknowledged. But creating an AI-powered organization, like in your experience, like what's that one thing that is required to create, from a culture perspective, to build an AI-powered organization?
Just connecting dots to earlier, it needs to be customer-led, and you need to think a little ahead, because when you catch up, once you have accurate AI models, you need to look, it'll be around 2 to 3 years. We started our journey 6, 7 years back, creating our AI labs. And today we have all our customers using it. So you need to start soon, because you need time to train it. And make sure the use cases that we looked at 5 years down the line, what would be the use cases, and we built 6 years ahead, right? So that's how it works, and that's how it's working. So always look a little futuristic. Of course, there will be current problems. Don't get biased with it. Of course, you will always solve your current problems, but look futuristic.
Got it. Kumar, your views.
Yes. So two points. So you asked for one, I'm going to say two, if you don't mind. So one, typically when people think of AI, they're using it for 2 broad use cases. One is like they want to be able to now optimize their existing processes and learn things automatically and then improve, right? That's the goal of why you're trying to use AI. But you can't just start there. So there's actually a Monica Ronaldi's, there's a AI pyramid of needs structure, which essentially says it's a series. So the first step you have to do is you have to be able to first collect data. It's starting with what is the raw data you have to be able to collect, right? You have to first, because that's the hardest part. You first have to make sure you're able to collect data. Right. Then are you able to now store the data in the proper fashion? That's the next level problem. Then to be able to now, from storage, are you able to now transform it and clean the data in a way that it actually is stored correctly? Then you start to transform the data, right, to the form that you want to be able to aggregate into, and then finally is where you learn. So you don't start to aspire to, okay, you want to reach the top, but you can't just reach the top. You have to go from the bottom, keep building these structures, and that's how you build a proper AI-driven company. Even us, after having many years, still we don't think we are in the top yet. We are probably in the 4th layer of, we hope to believe we are in the 4th layer of how we want to build into a system, because it takes a while. The second part, just quickly to be able to catch on, is, again, since we are in a consumer experience session, AI can also be used to trigger these very, very interesting consumer experiences like AR, VR. This is entirely possible because of AI tech. Voice is all entirely possible because of AI tech. So it is today possible to aspire for these cool, futuristic experiences for your customer. But this is still not, while the tech exists and the product exists to be able to get there, these are all behavioral changing attributes. So the adoption is still going to be small. Right? Yeah. So you have to be patient and to be able to get the customers to be able to go there, when you especially want to adopt this. So you don't be in a hurry to say, oh, I tried it, nobody used it, so I'm just going to shut it off. You need to be able to have a little bit of patience to run this.
Sort of almost on time, so just...
Yeah. So in my experience, we talked about using AI in customer experiences. What I would say, use of data in business analytics in organizational to drive business and customer experiences, and monitoring it is a very undervalued thing today, which I feel if done well in large organizations, say organizations which have a lot of outlets, is a big thing, because there are 10 departments, okay? You might have marketing, sales, procurement, manufacturing, customer service. Not everyone has the same amount of love for maths and statistics. So to be able to explain and create a data-driven culture is a very challenging thing. Once you are able to do that, the efficiency of operations really comes in and the growth acceleration kicks in. What we at Lenskart have done is we have adopted industry best practices of frameworks like the OKR framework, where the challenge what happens is we track a lot of data, okay? You end up not knowing which is the one goal you have to track as an output. So if somebody says, as a department, if I have said 10 KPIs, which is the KPI which is determining my single success is the hardest thing to determine. So the output is what you determine, and then you say which are the drivers to it. So an input-output framework. It's again a full topic of session, but data culture in the company itself to run operations is a big opportunity.
And just one point to add, because Kumar had a very good point. When you're building this data, the data, make sure that you have avenues to have others publish the data to you. Don't just preserve your data, because your AI needs a lot of data for you to be more accurate and successful. Open the channels, right? Don't preserve your channels. That's how we were successful. Keep getting more inputs, open up the channel, whichever solution. Don't force them to use their solution. Get from others, right? So you will build a data lake which can empower your AI models, which will be much more mature.
Thank you. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for such an insightful discussion. We spoke about leveraging AI for web scale products. We spoke about technology as inclusion. We spoke about culture. It's been lovely interacting with all of you, and I'm certain our audience enjoyed that too. We are the only, now it's really between the lunch and, so thank you once again for your time and for your inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj. Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful session. Very, very deep insights into AI, data, analytics, and heterogeneity of the industry that was represented here was amazing, actually. Yeah, and I know I don't want to stand between you and the lunch anymore. So please head towards exits, and somebody will guide you how to move towards your lunch. Pick up your lunch, have a wonderful lunch. And Amrita, what do we
And
have next?
also, you might want to evaluate the career booth, which is set up in the ground floor. You might want to evaluate that. And also, we have an amazing lineup of sessions for track 2. Please join us back.
See you guys at 2 p.m. Thank you.
A dream of progress. A dream of plenty of progress. Progress for every Indian. Progress for all 1.4 billion Indian hearts. Hearts that all throb to the same pulse. The pulse of infinite possibilities. The pulse of incredible progress. Introducing PhonePe Pulse. A treasure trove of data made public. Data derived from over 20 billion payment transactions. Transactions made by Indians across the length and breadth of the country, across all 3.2 million square kilometers. A pulse that represents data that is unfiltered, data that is highly actionable, data that is constantly updated and always accessible. Data representing 45% of all digital payments in India. Data that captures the vibrancy of the Indian economy. Data that is now being democratized for all. Data in the right hands. Your hands. A pulse that represents a vast ocean of reports, graphs, and public APIs. Reports that answer 1,000 questions. Reports that will prompt 1,000,000 new ones. Graphs that explain today's trends. Graphs that will help shape tomorrow's trends. APIs explaining payment habits of 300 million Indians. APIs available to every Indian who wants to know more. PhonePe Pulse. The beat of progress. India's data unlocked. India's progress unleashed.
Walmart Global Tech is embracing new technologies, building game-changing solutions, and making every day easier for millions of people. We use technology to transform experiences for our customers and members. We are powering our associates with consumer-grade technology and innovating experiences for our suppliers and external partners, all while driving efficiencies and accelerating innovation for the business. And we are just getting started. We will create new businesses that strengthen the Walmart flywheel. We will maintain trust. We will make an epic impact for our customers, members, and associates. Because we are Global Tech.
As customers continue to change how they shop, Walmart is innovating with robotics and AI-powered systems throughout the supply chain to benefit both our customers and associates. In the grocery space, Walmart has collaborated with Vitron to create an automated warehouse design that has improved our supply chain capabilities. The automation equipment, coupled with Walmart's next-generation software system, Atlas, enables better processing speed, inventory precision, item assortment, pick accuracy, and quality, meaning customers have quicker access and better freshness on their favorite grocery items, from bananas to ice cream. Automation also creates new career opportunities for our Walmart associates by creating higher-paying, tech-enabled jobs. Let's take a look at some of this technology. As inbound loads from our suppliers arrive, pallets are identified, inspected for quality, and inducted into the automation system, which automatically updates inventory levels. As new products are introduced, associates capture their unique attributes like weight, dimensions, and packing type, which inform the automation of how to handle each individual case. Through a series of high-speed lifts and conveyors, pallets are transported into a dense automated storage structure that stretches nearly 80 feet tall. Throughout the day, pallets are brought to a depalletizing robot, where each case is placed on a tray with unique tracking information for reliability and traceability. Each case is strategically placed within the case storage system for maximum efficiency, like data in a hard drive. As customers shop in stores and online, our algorithms go to work, determining the sequence and placement of each case on a store-destined pallet, balancing store aisle location and pallet stability. Once the sequence is finalized, pallets are automatically shrink-wrapped for transport and sent to the outbound dock to be loaded on a trailer. Stores receive their daily deliveries of fresh product, sorted and ready to restock the shelves, removing the complexity from the back room of the stores and speeding up the availability of products to our customers. These automated grocery distribution centers are capable of processing more than twice the volume of a conventional DC. With this latest technology deployed, we are reinventing how our grocery supply chain can operate, helping deliver value for our customers and our associates.
you shop at Walmart, you know that a little can go a long way. And with thousands of new rollbacks, you can make it go way further. So you could spend even less to get even more, to make life even better.
Did you know there's a place? A place you think you know, but is more than you expect. An organization that is buying $20 billion from women-owned businesses by 2016, and in 1 year donated food for 369 million meals to those in need. It's a place of neighbors helping neighbors, one that's quick to help when disaster strikes, and that's hiring our heroes so they don't have to fight for a job after fighting for our country. It's a place that creates opportunities for thousands of farmers in Africa, a company that employs more than 60 pilots, nearly 7,000 technology professionals, and 8,000 truck drivers, in addition to meteorologists, pharmacists, and everything in between, and is one of the most diverse companies in the country. A company with an e-commerce powerhouse in Silicon Valley that is perfecting access to affordable products when and where you want them, and a logistics system that would blow your mind. It's a place where a mom managing a $100 million business can still make it to dinner with her family, where there is a strong commitment to U.S. manufacturing, a place for your first job, your retirement job, or the lifelong career you've been looking for. It's a place you think you know, but do you? That place is Walmart. Who knew a company so big could feel like family? What we do is made possible by our 2.2 million associates who work for one boss, the customer, and help 250 million of them save money and live better every week.
Walmart is crushing it right now. The tech we're working on is going to change the way people shop.
And we build technology that isn't just about making money, it's about making customers' lives easier, making sure that they save money so that they can live better.
Walmart is pushing the boundaries in technology.
It's really exciting. Even just one line of code can impact millions of people.
In a span of 2 years, I got promoted. I got my first scientific paper. I'm filing the first patent.
If you have an idea, it goes from idea to development and it's out the door.
I've had more than 20 launches in the past 1.5 years. And Walmart gave me that opportunity.
I feel Walmart is probably the largest startup in the world.
You will be on a production team from day one. You will be touching the source code that drives our biggest systems.
There are so many things happening, from drone deliveries to autonomous vehicle deliveries. It's the happening place.
Currently, I'm working on a project that mixes concepts from reinforcement learning, optimization, and natural language processing. In Walmart, I've worked on 3D and immersive installations. I've also worked on some robotics and some connected devices.
You've got to think big, because everything you've done before is just going to be even bigger here.
What I love about working at Walmart, we're all together working on the same thing to make the world a better place.
Walmart's history is built on a simple belief that our people make the difference. It was true when Sam Walton first spoke those words, and it's true today. Millions of people have worn a badge for Walmart, Sam's Club, and our family of brands in the past 6 decades. And while the ways our associates have served our customers and members over the years have evolved, our purpose has remained the same. We're committed to saving people money and helping them live better. Our purpose is what drives us to have a positive impact on our customers and our members. And that's why we do what we do. Now more than ever, it's so important we're laser focused on creating value for all of our stakeholders by saving customers time and money, strengthening our communities, and aiding the regeneration of our planet. What guides our purpose is a set of beliefs, our values, passed down from Sam Walton through the way he lived his life. They represent what we stand for and what we believe in: acting with integrity, striving for excellence, serving the customer, and respecting the individual. Our expectation for more than 2 million associates around the world is that you bring our purpose and values to life by living them every day, whether you just started with the company or you've been a part of us for many years. When you hear the word culture, think of our real everyday behaviors. How do you treat others, and how do they interact with you? Our goal is to have our behaviors align to our values. Here's how. Acting with integrity means being honest by keeping our promises, telling the truth, and being trustworthy. Be fair and do the right thing, whether you're a store manager, merchant, or technologist. Be courageous, speak up, and ask for help when you need it. Be open and transparent with each other. Striving for excellence requires holding ourselves and others accountable to a high standard of performance. We drive growth, which is accelerated by taking intelligent risks and embracing change. Be curious, adapt, learn and apply new information. Accelerate our digital transformation. Manage the short term while strategically investing to build for the long term. Serving the customer means putting our customers first by anticipating their wants and needs and exceeding their expectations. We need to be frontline focused, supporting and empowering associates to serve customers and members every day in stores, clubs, and online. Be a true believer in our everyday low price business model to deliver value, lower our costs, and differentiate our approach. Respecting the individual means actively listening to understand one another. Be visible, responsive, available, and open to feedback. Demonstrate servant leadership by leading by example, being humble, and teaching and trusting others to do their jobs. We see and celebrate differences. Everyone belongs at Walmart. Make diversity, equity, and inclusion a personal priority for yourself. Every associate is expected to live these behaviors out every day. As we do, we'll bring our purpose and values to life, and both our customers and the world around us will be better for it. Our work will be more rewarding, and our business will thrive. It'll be our culture and humanity that set us apart. Our people will make the difference.
If you shop at Walmart, you know you don't always have to go to the store. Because Because when you order on the Walmart app, everything you need is right at your fingertips. So no matter how you shop, you can spend a little less to get a little more, to make life a little better.
This is India, a country brimming with diversity, a nation unified by a shared dream, a dream of plenty, a dream of progress, a dream of plenty of progress. Progress for every Indian. Progress for all 1.4 billion Indian hearts. Hearts that all throb to the same pulse. The pulse of infinite possibilities. The pulse of incredible progress. Introducing PhonePe Pulse. A treasure trove of data made public. Data derived from over 20 billion payment transactions. Transactions made by Indians across the length and breadth of the country. Across all 3.2 million square kilometers. A pulse that represents data that is unfiltered, data that is highly actionable, data that is constantly updated and always accessible. Data representing 45% of all digital payments in India. Data that captures the vibrancy of the Indian economy. Data that is now being democratized for all. Data in the right hands. Your hands. A pulse that represents a vast ocean of reports, graphs, and public APIs. Reports that answer 1,000 questions. Reports that will prompt 1,000,000 new ones. Graphs that explain today's trends. Graphs that will help shape tomorrow's trends. APIs explaining payment habits of 300 million Indians. APIs available to every Indian who wants to know more. PhonePe Pulse. The beat of progress. India's data unlocked. India's progress unleashed.
Walmart Global Tech is embracing new technologies, building game-changing solutions, and making every day easier for millions of people. We use technology to transform experiences for our customers and members. We are powering our associates with consumer-grade technology and innovating experiences for our suppliers and external partners, all while driving efficiencies and accelerating innovation for the business. And we are just getting started. We will create new businesses that strengthen the Walmart flywheel. We will maintain trust. We will make an epic impact for our customers, members, and associates. because we are global tech.
As customers continue to change how they shop, Walmart is innovating with robotics and AI-powered systems throughout the supply chain to benefit both our customers and associates. In the grocery space, Walmart has collaborated with Vitron to create an automated warehouse design that has improved our supply chain capabilities. The automation equipment, coupled with Walmart's next-generation software system, Atlas, enables better processing speed, inventory precision, item assortment, pick accuracy, and quality, meaning customers have quicker access and better freshness on their favorite grocery items, from bananas to ice cream. Automation also creates new career opportunities for our Walmart associates by creating higher-paying, tech-enabled jobs. Let's take a look at some of this technology. As inbound loads from our suppliers arrive, pallets are identified, inspected for quality, and inducted into the automation system, which automatically updates inventory levels. As new products are introduced, associates capture their unique attributes like weight, dimensions, and packing type, which inform the automation of how to handle each individual case. Through a series of high-speed lifts and conveyors, Pallets are transported into a dense automated storage structure that stretches nearly 80 feet tall. Throughout the day, pallets are brought to a depalletizing robot, where each case is placed on a tray with unique tracking information for reliability and traceability. Each case is strategically placed within the case storage system for maximum efficiency, like data in a hard drive. As customers shop in stores and online, our algorithms go to work, determining the sequence and placement of each case on a store-destined pallet, balancing store aisle location and pallet stability. Once the sequence is finalized, pallets are automatically shrink-wrapped for transport and sent to the outbound dock to be loaded on a trailer. Stores receive their daily deliveries of fresh product, sorted and ready to restock the shelves, removing the complexity from the back room of the stores and speeding up the availability of products to our customers. These automated grocery distribution centers are capable of processing more than twice the volume of a conventional DC. With this latest technology deployed, we are reinventing how our grocery supply chain can operate, helping deliver value for our customers and our associates.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Huh? Yeah, it's fine. Give me a little time. Hello, 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 check.
If you shop at Walmart, you know that a little can go a long way. And with thousands of new rollbacks, you can make it go way further. so you could spend even less to get even more, to make life even better.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Converge at Walmart 2022. I hope the lunch was very energizing. If not, pick up a cup of coffee so that you don't doze off after the good lunch. Right, Amrita?
Of course.
Yeah.
We ourselves are feeling the same.
Right. Yeah. So we are going to continue with the track 2 sessions here. And if you think you will want to be in the track 1 session, it's happening at the Grand Ballroom in the ground floor. And for our virtual audience on the call here, there is a link on your screen and you could click on it if you would like to join track 1 and continue here if you are going to be continuing in the track 2. Yeah. And Amrita, shall I spill the bean? That one thing we both know?
Do you really want to do that?
I think so. I think our audience deserve to know it.
All
So
right,
at the end of the session, at around 40:45, 5-ish, we are going to be having a stand-up show with none other than Ayush Shraddha. I'm waiting for it. I'm sure all of you too. That's going to be an interesting session. So yeah, and there are going to be some surprises during that session. So you may win few things also as well. Yeah.
So while you wait on that, you still have a good lineup of sessions which we have for the second half. So coming up, we have the masterclass on how technology can be leveraged to power innovations in retail. Please welcome our expert, Mr. Sameer Dhingra, Director, Retail and Consumer, Google Cloud, JPAC, Google.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. This is going to be a tough session. First, everybody is very sleepy, I'm sure. We just had food. And second, I think I am one standing between you and Ayo Shraddha in the evening. So I'll try my very best to keep it light. It's difficult to come and talk about technology to a group of technologists who are doing such fantastic work as you guys are in Walmart Tech. So I thought what I'll do in my session is to just take a step back and help connect the dots between what we are seeing in the market. And you have heard about that a lot in the morning sessions in different tracks about different technologies, trends, use cases. And I think what I'll do is that I will try and connect the dots between what we are seeing in the market from consumer and technology and look at it from a lens of technology and see, what does it mean for us as a retailer or as a technology player. And this is a very interesting slide. I don't know whether you can see it or not, but I think what I'm trying to say is that the shopping took a turn, and we have felt it. Whereas going to stores became initially at one point in time it became very functional. So not that this is what it is now, but I think some of the things that you see here as a consumer, as a shopper, researching new stuff, getting personalized recommendations, exploring new ideas and thoughts on the digital platforms became much more interesting. So as a result of which, what's beginning to happen is that there is a accelerated push between the people on the right side and the left side in terms of how do you really make the whole thing a little bit more experiential. I think coupled with that, the other thing which is catching everybody's attention is primarily with respect to our shopper journeys and purchase journeys, and they are no longer linear, as you know, and it's sort of we call it. There was a study which was done in Google, and we used to call it a messy middle. So with all these trends and all this messy middle, the questions which you see on the right side are universal questions. How do I get more shoppers into my stores? How do I increase traffic? How do I get a better basket size, and so on and so forth? So these are universal questions, and then you sort of add to that the problems and the concerns around supply chain, around associate productivity, and so on and so forth. So this is where you begin to see as to what should we do and how do we leverage technology to solve some of these scenarios. I'll just shift gears a little bit and want to bring your attention to where we are in the ecosystem in this industry as retailers across the region. And I'll also give you a little peep into what's happening, especially in India. Now, we do a study called as Retail Digital Pulse, where we look at the digital maturity of retailers across various parameters. And what you're seeing here is that in spite of all the acceleration that we are witnessing today, and I think there's some of the very cutting edge stuff is happening driven by Walmart itself, a broader set of organizations bring in capabilities like search. And search, within search, if you decouple search, you have image, you have voice, you have text, and so on and so forth. And then when you combine all that stuff with respect to the user interaction and the query understanding and the products and the first party data that you're generating, then you're building strong recommendations engine. So I heard in the morning, I think it was Mayur who was talking about personalization. So this is not something new, but it's amazing to see how fast it is becoming more and more contextual and more effective. So the way you can ask, you'll say 20 people will do personalization, but can they really do personalization? I think that's the question, and that's where the technology is. And where it is going is basically building capabilities on your platform to have Google search-like capabilities on your platform. So when I, as a shopper, go onto your commerce platform, I'm able to find what I'm looking for. The search abandonment is lower. So when the search abandonment is lower, the conversions are higher, and and so on and so forth. So that's basically what drives this experience layer using the technologies on product discovery. So let's move forward. So when we talk about frictionless experience, and this is a very, very commonly used terminology, but I think basically what we're all trying to do, and Jayendra spoke about it in the morning as well, is just making it easier for your shoppers to buy. So how do I make it easier for my shoppers to buy? The first thing which comes is in terms of conversations and voice-based and chat-based, and just making. I don't want to type. I just want to speak. And then you have the different languages and the work which Flipkart is doing with respect to the next 300, 500 million users with new language support and so on and so forth. This is where it is driven from. It is driven from the objective of creating that seamless, frictionless, easy experience for the shoppers to buy. And then, of course, you've got fulfillment really is the table stakes today, and you really need to build your capabilities, and there are tons of use cases around that and technologies to be able to build that to create that experience. One second. I think this sort of can help bring it together from a seamless customer journey experience. And this is just a representation of how we look at, for example, a shopper journey and convert that shopper journey into many of the technologies. So right from searching for a specific product or product discovery, and what technologies can we help for the shoppers to see what they're looking for, to once they come on your platform, the recommendations engine, the conversions, to the talking to the customers with conversational commerce, to fulfillment, and so on and so forth. Once you look at this from a shopper journey perspective, the technologies they start to make sense. And when the technologies they make sense, they become a means to an end. They are just not the end. So you're really solving for a shopper's problem and really creating that journey experience around the technologies that you're building in your platform. So metaverse, this is, of course, the hottest topic today in many of the conferences. And typically, as the users are becoming or consumers are becoming more and more comfortable with the virtual world, the expectation is that they want the brands to be present where they are and engage with them. So it's still a little early with respect to this paradigm shift of metaverse, and whether it is an alternate reality you talk about, or a simulated, or an augmented reality. Frankly, majority of the use cases that we are beginning to see in retail are primarily on augmented and simulated reality kind of stuff. But there are multiple layers to this problem from a technology side, and I borrowed this chart from a very interesting article I saw in terms of layers of experiences in metaverse. And from a technology perspective, you just cannot ignore the foundational stuff. It is not just about NFTs and blockchain. It is layers of technologies that you have to build, right from core infrastructure, from 5G, from connectivity to the stuff around Web3 which is going on, the blockchain, the NFTs. And then on the top layer in terms of experience, you are really talking about multitudes of technologies in terms of helping content creators or monetizing or creating digital currencies and so on and so forth. So this is a web of an interface and complex world of multiple technologies, and this is not a single SKU that you say, here is one, you implement it and your metaverse is done. So this is an interesting journey, and I'm sure many of us are on it. But from a retailer's perspective, I think currently where I see people are now beginning to experiment, and depending on their level of digital maturity, as I said in my previous slides, they would either just start with a simple brand engagement with the digital avatars or creating digital versions of their products, or create pop-up stores, or in the end, if they're a little bit more mature, create a whole virtual immersive environment that they can go and work and engage with. So let's move on to the last one in the consumer trends, which is on consumer awareness. And I think sustainability was not really top of the mind a couple of years ago, but I think now it's really taking center stage in a lot of decisions that retailers are beginning to make because the customers are asking for it. The customers want to know, not only they want to know, how and where you sourced it, how you produced it, but how you're going to return it. And I think that whole process is really driving sustainability. Now, sustainability can be dissected from multiple angles. Now, let me make an attempt as to how we are looking at it from a technology perspective. Now, from a technology perspective, you can at one angle talk about sustainability as a huge data conundrum or a data challenge because you need a lot of stuff to really understand and bring transparency. If you go a little further, you can say it's either a digital sustainability or an operational sustainability. And primarily as technology vendors, we talk a lot about digital sustainability. My cloud is cleaner than yours. Or are you engaging with the technology partners who have a lower carbon footprint? Or your on-premise data centers or technologies, what is your digital CO2 footprint? And that is one big way to impact and add value or contribute towards this initiative. I think the other big way to contribute towards sustainability from a technology angle is to build products to solve complex problems, which will then reduce impact and add value or contribute towards sustainability. So, for example, the bigger one here is around supply chain. So supply chain optimization, I think, and within that, if you peel it a little further, two very simple use cases come to mind. One is, can I reduce wastage by better demand forecasting, or can I reduce emissions by better last mile, delivery or last mile fulfillment? And I'll just give you a quick view into that. I think the other ones are more data driven. So the whole ESG process transformation, you really cannot, make an impact unless you don't have visibility to data. So how do you create those data platforms and get sources of data in so that you can then impact, make an impact on the ESG processes and indicators and KPIs. And the last one is on the climate risk and resilience. And this is where, we talk about it more from a Google Earth perspective, engine perspective, that can you, use the data and technologies to really understand what's happening in the environment or the impact on the environment on certain practices, and then use that back to create processes and frameworks to stop that, so that there is a better, effective way of using our resources. The next two slides are, I won't go deeper into it. This is just an example of the use case I was talking about. Simple use case, no complicated rocket science, but still a very complex problem to solve with respect to demand forecasting. Everybody says they can do it, but it is a very, very relative way of solving it, incremental, what is my level of accuracy versus yours. But typically, this is becoming better. How do you use your first-party data, marry it with the signals that you're getting from demand, your planners, your forecasting, and so on and so forth, and create that engine for for demand forecasting with an objective of reducing waste. The other one is reduce emissions. Again, simplifying the objectives and saying, how do I use technology to make an impact on sustainability is by reducing emissions. And this is where a lot of work happens on last mile. And I think the Indian retail market is the hotbed of last mile delivery. Right from, I don't know where this will go next, from 10 minutes to like 5 minutes or whatever. But this is really, where a lot of innovation is happening. But managing that innovation and balancing that with efficiency and optimization is the key. It is not just about speed, it is about efficiencies. And somewhere down the line, and the efficiencies, will caught up with optimization and what's right and what's wrong. So this is another way to look at sustainability. Now let me move into the technology trends. And from a technology trends perspective, the first one and the biggest one is on data, because data is truly at the center of any transformation. And I think now suddenly the whole world has realized that the data that they have control on is their own first-party data. And they have tons of it. So how do you now use technology to harness that first-party data? Is the big and biggest use case today in the market. And that's where a lot of work is happening with respect to not only just making use of the first-party data, but really using it at the intersection of a lot of other third-party data that you can get your hands on to really create a system of insight, that we all want for good decision making. And typically, this exercise starts from the customer data. And this is from every customer's and retailer's perspective. I can vouch for that. This is basically what everybody wants to start with, to just get a view with respect to the shopper's purchase journey, or their buying behavior, or where have they been, or where are they going, and so if you can start to map that exercise, then you can truly begin to create those multiple experiences at every touch point, and everybody is trying to do that in different ways. And technology today is available, whether you build it yourself or you have a packaged offering, or you pick it off the shelf from an ISV partner, and so on and so forth. And there are many, many stories and use cases around how organizations are really building their unified customer data platforms and going on this activation journey. The revenue streams area is tightly connected to the first one, the first-party data. And this is where this whole debate around audience monetization and retail media networks comes in. And this is, again, becoming a hot topic because organizations have realized that they're sitting on gold mines of data. The first job, of course, is to drive efficiencies and create the business logic for their own organizations. And once they're satiated with that, then they start to begin, even before, in many cases, simultaneously to start to monetize that information and create, if they have enough traffic coming in, how do I build a media network and create an ads platform so that I can go directly engage with brands and use the customer journey and information I have to drive better conversions, better targeting, and so on and so forth. There are, of course, new opportunities across the product lifecycle. So new business models like rental, resale, reuse, subscription are coming in for new revenue streams. And again, each of them then begin to look at, from a technology aspect, how do I then engage and link to that. Any of these new revenue opportunities, you cannot do without data. And I think what I'm, just give me 1 second. What I'm trying to say on this slide is whatever you do with respect to harnessing the data and monetizing it, you need to then start to look a little bit longer term and build a unified data architecture. I think this is where Suresh talks a lot about from Walmart about how they are beginning to consolidate and create a common data platform using multiple technologies and bringing the whole use cases around customer service, supply chain, all the different AI, ML models that you guys are building onto this platform. And once you have that, then you have multiple use cases from it. Not just audience monetization, but multiple use cases that you can run with it. So supply chain is a very important topic, and what we are finding is that more and more retailers are taking a bigger control or a higher degree of control, whether it is owning micro-fulfillment centers themselves or shipping containers or whatever it is, to get a better visibility into what's happening in their supply chain, and then using data, AI, ML to build use cases around it, and apart from what you're seeing in the warehouse and automation and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of work and innovation happening in this area. I saw many use cases in the morning sessions in track 1 that have already been discussed in this one. The way I look at it, and we look at it in Google from a technology perspective, that it is not just about setting up a use case on demand forecasting and doing a supply chain optimization. When you look at technology behind that, there are again multiple layers of it. And what I'm showing you is the way we look at it within Google, for example, Google Cloud. So starting really from the base platform, the infrastructure, the compute, the data that you need, to the BigQuery platform, to the other AI platform services that we have, and then the maps and the APIs and the visualization. So there are multiple layers coming together. And once you have all this stuff in place, then you're looking at really the supply value chain and talking about what can I do in the demand planning or order orchestration or post-order fulfillment. And then there are multiple use cases. And depending on your priorities, you've got all these technology building blocks that you can play around with to solve some of these problems. And it is not about technology. It is really about identifying what are you solving for and why, and where is the biggest value for you. I think store modernization is last, but it is one of the biggest areas where we will see innovation and technology adoption in the coming years, because this is the one which sort of lagged behind. A lot of work happened on the digital side, and it was difficult for people to, there was a lethargy, there was also a risk and high expenses and capex and so on and so forth. Nobody wants to disrupt the running operation. But here we are seeing, you can, for simplicity's sake, look at 5 big innovation hotspots. I spoke about product discovery, personalization. So even within the store environment, which is very important, a lot of use cases there. Associate productivity is the second one. Transactions, checkout. Again, I saw some interesting use cases in the morning in the videos. Fulfillment, replenishment, the last mile delivery. And then there's a lot of activity also around the store infrastructure. Don't discount the power of the whole app modernization and the infrastructure and the IoT and the basic foundational stuff that you need to do within the store environment to really upgrade and get that experiences going within the in-store execution as well. I think from a concept perspective, typically it is a multi-step journey. And I think as retailers, as organizations, sometimes I've seen people getting fixated only on automation and not really looking at, if you're starting from C, do you really need to do A and B, or you don't really need to do it sequentially, but at least understand that without really having the strong foundations or applications or infrastructure or connectivity in the store, you cannot go straight to automation and say, I want this. I want a customer to come in and walk out, and everything will happen automatically. And I think to reach there, you need multiple layers, an intelligence layer on top of the foundation layer and the data platform and so on and so forth. And from a building blocks perspective, again, if I was to bring back this to the data, the story, apart from the applications and infrastructure in the store, think of it like creating a store AI platform. And I think to be able to do that, then you need to start to look at how do I connect multiple sources of information, whether it's my point of sale data or whether it's my vendors data or external data, and then begin to culminate that into use cases around associate productivity, customer experience, and so on and so forth. So technologies, have to be then used accordingly, and I'm putting less emphasis on which technology to do what, but more speaking today a little bit about how do you connect the dots between what you see as trends and what you want to do with what is available today. So you can build anything and make your stores the experience zones. It's not a problem. There could be 101 use cases, which you can build. But where do you focus? Where do you prioritize? And I think typically this is where a lot of debate happens in terms of, what are my biggest value drivers that I should focus on? Which will give me the biggest return on my investment? I think this is where a majority of the debate happens. I think the execution is the simpler part. It is more getting multiple stakeholders and the business units and the finance and the technology and the CEOs together and say, okay, guys, let's focus on this 5 because I know that this is what's going to drive the biggest opportunity for us going forward. And I think that's how the transformation roadmaps are then being formed and people are moving forward. So I find a lot of work again happening within the discussions that we go through with our customers and various retailers in this area. Where do I focus? And it is a very, very important question for all of us to answer. So I think from a Google perspective, just to bring it together, just to give you a quick perspective, we work with all of our retailers with respect to our approach to solving problems is that we've got these building blocks, technology building blocks that you can pick and choose and bring it together to really stitch this unified shopping experience that we all want from a consumer experience or shopper experience perspective. And stitching this experience, then you not only need the basic technologies in terms of the platforms, the applications, you've got the productized or packaged AI ML models, the text, the speech, the vision, the whole latest and greatest in terms of the AI which is happening. And then of course on top of it, we are also ourselves building products which are industry specific, which are either 80%, 90% there so that we can then leave it for the retailers to customize on top, or we are packaging products from an industry solutions perspective. We're bringing multiple technologies. So for example, the last mile fulfillment solution that you saw was a packaged offering of 3 or 4 different technologies coming together and say this is how you bring it together and this is how you execute, and then people can adopt it and take it forward. So from Google's perspective, we are really working with respect to bringing all these technologies together to organizations like yours so that you can stitch these experiences for your shoppers. And this is how we are going to market as well. So typically we are helping our retailers on 4 big areas just to bring it all together. The first one is really helping our retailers from the data transformation perspective. So how can we help them with the technologies that we have to build strong data models or retail data models or unified data platforms on which then you can build your system of insight. The second one is with respect to the whole digital commerce platforms. And this is where there are organizations who use us to modernize their e-commerce infrastructure. And if you already have done the modernization and migration, then people use Google's capabilities to build those experiences I was talking about, product discovery, conversational commerce, and so on and so forth. The third one is in terms of store modernization. And this is where a lot of work which is happening with technologies. And the last one is on operational efficiencies. And this is where we do a lot of work around sustainability or supply chain optimization and other areas which can impact operational efficiencies within an organization. So I hope I gave you a little perspective in terms of what's happening in the market, how we are looking at this from a technology perspective, and finally, just a quick peek into how we as Google Cloud go and help our customers. We're very, very excited to partner all of you in your innovation agenda and looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
So sorry, I'm so sorry. It's recorded also. Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much for this session. I'm sure quite a few of you have questions, but we have a limited time for the sessions. We are running back to back with the sessions. So probably you could catch Samir is around and could be catching him with a coffee or something outside the hall. And can I request Venki Jairaman, our Senior Director Engineering, Walmart Global Tech, to hand over the gift to our speaker, please. So much of retail insights you're bringing in. And are we ready for some insights into the tech innovations that Walmart has been working on and encouraging? Ready to hear on that? Yes? No? Yes? A louder yes? Is that the lunch? Is that the gulab jamuns? Okay. Yes, we are ready. So please welcome our jury who is here, who will be helping us identify one of the winners from both the student and the startup community here. Jury, when I call out your name, could you just stand and wave at our audience so they know who is who? Yeah, thank you. Sauravi Rai, Senior Director of Product, Walmart Global Tech. Can we have a round of applause for our jury, please? Ramesh Koriseri, Senior Director of Design, Walmart Global Tech. Subbu Swaminathan, Vice President of Product and Engineering, Rakuten. Aishwarya Kalakata, Director of Corporate Development, Flipkart Ventures. And with them, Naganand Doreswamy, Managing Partner and Founder, Idea Spring Capital. Okay? Before we move on, Amrita, would you please help our audience understand what Spark Tech is all about?
Definitely, Padma.
Yeah.
So the Spark Tech Showcase is a tech challenge that gives the brightest students, entrepreneurs, and tech enthusiasts in our country the opportunity to pitch their creative solutions to the global audience with industry experts and business leaders. Open to third and fourth year engineering students as well, where India-based early stage or unfunded startups this year showcase saw entries from over 450 student teams and 40 startups, sending in tech innovations around our main theme, which is reimagining the retail tech.
So we have anything coming up here? We had a very good statistics slide that was supposed to be on here. So we could look at it. Yeah, here is the statistics. I hope you're all able to see. So we have the 6 teams shortlisted from 483 teams that came up and have made it to the finals here. That's wow already. And we are going to be asking our jury to help us identify the winners from them. There are 4 themes that we had here: data, future of retail, emerging tech, and supply chain. So our participants are going to be talking about one of these topics here and presenting it. And we will have 2.5 minutes for the team to present and 2.5 minutes for the jury to ask questions with the participants here. And we will also have a round of calibration with the jury and then come back and announcing the winner. That's what this session is going to look like. Right, Amrita? Am I correct?
Absolutely right, yeah. Padma. So without further ado, let's get our first team on stage. Please welcome our first shortlisted startup team, Quippy.
Yeah.
Please be cognizant of the time, please.
Quippy.
Quippy, okay. Can we have you on the stage?
Welcome, welcome.
Please be cognizant of the time. 2.5 years for your picture. 2.5 minutes. I'm sorry. 2.5 minutes for your pictures and 2.5 years for you judges to do question answers with them.
Right.
User attention is a scarce commodity. But current shopping experience makes product discovery insanely painful and difficult. Difficult search and boring text leads to poor retention and high bounce rates. And with short attention span, it means a lost user. Let's make shopping entertaining and reimagine the shopping experience with Quippy. See how.
Listen, जब वॉक करते हैं तब टाइम नहीं देखते और टाइम देख के कभी वॉक नहीं करते.
Quippy's basic proposition is to serve commerce on content based on real-time user behavior and liking, achieved with a personalized feed. Users can narrow down their search and make easier decisions by filter tags, product carousel, and recommendations. With quick access PDP view, user can instantly view more details of the product. When user likes something, purchase is just a click away. Quippy can create reels with AI through an automated catalog to video creation, or ingest content like products or influencer videos, user-generated reviews, etc., ensuring unending content. Revolutionize the old, mundane shopping experience you provide and make shopping entertaining. Significantly improve your conversion, time spent by user on site, user engagement, and product discovery. Transform shopping experience with Quippy and move from just shopping to shop-attainment.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Quippy. Open to judges for questions.
I have one question. How do you envision this entire customer flow, right? Like, what's the increase points, right? Like, where the journey begins for the customer, and how do you see this panning out in this experience?
I see. So, just to understand the question better, are you asking like what was the motivation behind this user journey,
No,
or like how?
like, what's the journey for the customer, right? Like, so where does he start, and how does he get engaged with this personalized content?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that decision, first of all, like where they start comes with the brands. Like sometimes they want it on the home page, or suppose it's a app-centric brand. They would like, for example, on YouTube, you see a tab for the YouTube Reels. They can have a tab like that, okay, live studio, or like live commerce or something like that, and then they can start that experience from there. And once the user starts from there, if we have previous data, we start from what the preferences have been in the past. If it's a new user, if it's a cold start problem, we cohortize them and then show what might be initially engaging to them. And based on their normalized activity or their behavior, we kind of show them the new commerce or like new suggestions based on what they would actually want to buy and what the deep intent has been for the shopping experience. And then eventually, like during the shopping experience itself, they would add to cart, they would see the PDPs. We would use all that information to real-time personalize and show them actually to progress the journey and to encourage continued shopping, and eventually they can just check out with the entire cart.
So the rest of the journey would continue the same way, right?
Yeah,
like, so you're adding to cart and the checkout and that process, right?
Right. So our journey, like we are envisaging that our journey will stop from creating the cart for now, and then it's the brand's partnership with the payment platforms from where they take over to finalize the checkout process.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Any more questions? We'll move on to the next one. Okay. So thank you, Quippy, once again. Thank you. And can we have Litvis on the stage, please.
Many applications that contribute to the transformation of the retail industry use computer vision, with the most common use cases being automated checkout, inventory management, shopper analysis, and content tagging with moderation in e-commerce. However, developing these kinds of AI systems is not an easy task. To power these AI systems, massive amounts of label training data are required. But it's not just a matter of how many pictures there are. The data must be clean and well structured in order for the algorithm to be effective in real world scenarios. Creating well structured and consistent data requires labeling at scale, which comes with a lot of challenges like high turnaround times, huge costs due to scale, inconsistencies due to human fatigue and bias, lastly, collaboration issues due to ineffective communication. To tackle these problems, we built a web based platform, Wiz Studio. It is an AI powered data labeling platform that accelerates the labeling process and reduces the overall labeling time and cost by up to 60%. Wiz Studio is equipped with features like AI assisted polygon labeling. With this, the user can create a polygon within seconds by just drawing a rectangle around the object and refining it as per need. Model Assist tool automatically draws bounding boxes around all the objects in your image, helping the user label 20 to 30 objects in under a minute. Labeling tasks can be divided and distributed among team members for collaboration. Wiz Studio's labeling process includes review system where only correctly labeled images are approved, wrong labels are identified and communicated by creating tickets and rejecting the submission. Finally, the dashboard gives an overview of the whole project with reports related to our dataset and individual team members' contribution. Currently, we are addressing the first step of the complete AI lifecycle, which is data. Wiz Studio's vision is to be an end-to-end no-code computer vision platform with development tools for data, model training, and deployment, enabling and democratizing the use of computer vision across industries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, for your questions.
Thank you. That was a very good demo. I have a couple of questions. One is, have you thought about how many reviewers will be there for this annotating data? That's the first one. The second one is essentially, there are multiple use cases that can be done using your tool, but what are some of the top use cases that you see where your product will get traction?
Correct. Okay. So for the first question, the reviewers, number of reviewers basically. Currently, we have this one stage where you have the annotators and you have the reviewer. But we are trying to create a dynamic review system where the organization can include multiple steps in the review pipeline. So if they're, let's say, outsourcing the review process, or sorry, the labeling process, then the outsourced team can have their own in-house reviewers, and the organization which has outsourced, they can also add in their own review step, right? So this becomes a dynamic review process for them. And on the second part, the use cases, as you correctly mentioned, there are a lot of use cases that can be solved using the platform. But our focus, or the majority of the use cases, comes where there is a consistent flow of data. The use cases where like regularly new data is required to enhance the models, right? So there could be, and also there is another type of use cases that there are, that new products that we want to identify, right? So let's say in case of inventory management, there are consistently new products that are coming in where the computer vision system needs to detect them, right? So these kind of use cases where there is a consistent flow of data, those are the majority of our target.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions, judges?
Hi. What kind of productivity jump do you see with your product?
Yeah. So in our benchmark that we did with few of our customers is in basically in data labeling processes where it requires polygon annotation, we see somewhere around 50 to 60% increase in the productivity, or basically reduction in the labeling cost as well as the time.
All right, thank you, Litwitz Labs. Now we move on to our final contestant from startup, Go Comet India.
Hello, good afternoon. The greatest challenges that enterprises face in international logistics can be depicted with 2 data points. One is the global carrier schedule reliability and the delay performance are at an all-time low. The EBIT and revenue of carriers are at an all-time high. This is actually driving freight costs for enterprises and driving down their stakeholder experience. Just to drill down on the problem further, 2 fundamental questions to which enterprises don't get an answer to. When will the shipments arrive and where are the shipments? This is because of lack of data or poor quality data. And the critical thing is the situation seems to be getting worse only. So the delays are increasing, the unpredictability and the uncertainty are only increasing and having great ramifications across the value chain. And all this leads to a frustrated internal stakeholders, dissatisfied customers, and this is a result of using a process which is completely broken. So setting things straight, the solution we offer is GoTrack, which is a real-time visibility platform. So we'll get onto a quick demo, right, where we'll showcase how to add a shipment, how it is simple, easy, and intuitive to use the platform. Right here, we're adding a shipment with minimal data inputs, and we're submitting the data. And the tracking has been successfully created. We'll talk about 3 key shifts here. So first shift is how the enterprises are going to an automatic data fetch instead of manually pulling data, right? And the data is just not fetched, it is normalized and presented in a format that is consumable for the end users, right? The second shift is how you go from reacting to an event to proactively identifying an event and mitigate that event, right? For instance, the screen that you see is how you're able to identify fines upfront and mitigate or take actions accordingly. And the third shift is how you're able to kind of learn from a current event, review it, and adjust as we go ahead, which is we offer predictive ETA through our machine learning algorithm. So the key impacts that we offer through our platform is that with real-time visibility, you're able to save costs, develop great stakeholder relationships, and monitor your inventory flow in a much better way. And more importantly, manage uncertainty much, much better. So at an enterprise level, we help in alignment of the troika of strategy, service, and costs, thereby leading to happy internal teams, happy customers, happy financial stakeholders, and leading to what we call the best-in-class supply chains. Thank you.
Over to you, judges.
So where do you get the data? Because obviously the shipping vendors and all those guys don't share everything online, right? So is there a Galileo equivalent for the shipping industry that you get the data from?
Yeah, so in terms of the standard data in terms of milestones, we get it directly from the carriers, right? So they have publicly published the data. But we use a lot of derived data, right? So for instance, in our platform, in 2019, we had 10 data points per shipment. Now we have 40 data points per shipment. So in terms of fines, in terms of pre-arrival alerts in international space, all are Go Comet generated data. So at the core level, we have a carrier aggregator platform, and on top of that, we keep adding value. Right? So demurrage data, pre-arrival alerts, so on and so forth, and risk dashboards to top it off.
So your differentiator is what, to become the data provider or for end users to use the product?
End users, of course. My experience is that a lot of people in logistics use a product, after 3 months they throw it away because they don't scale it, because it's difficult to use. Our key USP is simple, easy to use platform, faster deployment, and more importantly, we sit in the processes. We're not going to come and say, change your process. That's not the right way. Sit in the middle of the process, evaluate the process, and then probably suggest this is the way to optimize. Supply chains, of course, it's all optimization.
Most of these companies already have, established players, carriers, and things. How do you see they view this, product that have you got some customer traction on this?
Yes, of course. We have 200 plus enterprise customers using our platform. We track nearly 300,000 shipments a month, by the way. So in terms of our predictive ETA, we should have enough data to do a predictive ETA, right? And more importantly, I think what we speak to customers is on the outcome. My last slide talks about the outcome, right? So I think somebody's mentioned shareholder value, right? So actually, because of supply chain disruptions, there was a study and it said that 8% loss in shareholder value, that's equal to $180 million. That level of understanding is what we go into and then start explaining. Otherwise, at a high level, you start explaining the products. I don't think so we get the traction there. That's the idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any more questions? We move on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, GoComet, once again. And that brings us to the end of the shortlisted startup community. And we now invite our student community, shortlisted student community. And starting with us is Lambda Sort.
Imagine being a data scientist who is going through vigorous amount of data entries every day to derive the relation between variables, performing various pre-processing techniques and applying algorithms in order for predictive analysis to reach the ideal solution. Well, that would be time-taking. What if there is a method where the mentioned task can be done without any programming, where all the resources and derivations that are to be generated are done on its own? This is where we come up. My name is Rahul Kapoor and I have with me my friend Naman Bansal and we are team Lambda Sort. And today we are here to help data scientists to fasten this cumbersome process. Our platform, ML Made Easy, provides a quick, simple and scalable solution to the employees of Walmart in bringing out one of the best decisions while performing visualization and predictive analytics. Suppose an employee of Walmart named Dave is currently working on a project where he has to predict the weekly sales, department-wise, for each store. Well, wouldn't that be a long task? Surely, he'll have to visualize the data to retrieve abnormalities such as outliers, null values, noise, and much more. Further, he has to pre-process this data in order to generate an ML model. Let's look into the alternative. Dave does this process a little bit differently. He opens up ML Made Easy and uploads the data. Then what? He goes to the visualization section of web app and he is provided with enormous number of combinations of graph. Dave studies these graphs in order to find the irregularities in the data. This retrieved information helps him to quickly jump on the pre-processing part. In order to pre-process, he first has to specify what kind of situation he is faced with, either classification or regression. Clearly, it is a regression problem. After that, he'll provide the target variable that has to be predicted through the generated machine learning model. Let's say he found some outliers in the data, which also has varying scales. Moreover, he observed that there were too many dimensions in the training dataset. So, to denoise the data, he selects the corresponding options. He manipulates the parameters according to his needs and voila, the data just got clean. Finally, the most crucial task comes, that is performing predictive analysis. In order to do that, just click the submit button and he is offered with various machine learning model and an option to download the best ML model generated. Here, we have our ML model with us. We can just put it in a script that will automatically predict the target variable on the test dataset. In conclusion, we can surely say that both time and resources are saved. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thanks all of you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. So your product is aimed at data scientists who kind of specialize in doing something similar to what you're showcasing. Have you thought about if you were to commercialize this, how would you go about it?
Yeah, there are several things. We actually thought of a subscription plan for it. So where we will centralize the data so that every data the user upload, it will be personalized to that only. And another thing, like if you know when training an ML model, there a very crucial thing that is the number of iteration used for training the data. So like for the free part, we have fixed that to the default only, like 10 or 20. But for the premium model, we will provide training and comparing the data over various number of iterations, so that we can also think about like overfitting and underfitting the data. Like it will take more time, but it will also provide more accurate results. As like only 5 minutes of pre-processing can save days of time of data scientists.
So I believe there's a concept of an ensemble model as well, right? This talks about comparing models and then spit out the right result. And first of all, thanks for cracking a problem for data scientists and making their lives easier. So is your tool also capable to kind of spit out a recommendation for an ensemble model?
Yeah, we have taken care of the ensemble modeling. Like for the production in like corporate world, ensemble modeling is what like everybody use. So our main goal is to provide not only the best algorithms but also the best combination of models.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you. We can have our next student duo. Aman and Ankit on the stage, please.
Hello everyone, we welcome you all to our Walmart virtual shopping experience. Firstly, we have an option of making customizable avatars where the user can create a unique identity for itself. This is Walmart's coin game where the user can play and earn the coins which can be helpful in this meta world. We are basically trying to gamify it and make it more interactive. Now we have the Walmart NFT marketplace where the user can also buy NFTs. We even have a famous Atari game to keep the user more engaged at our 3D space. The user can come, play and enjoy. We also have a stuff like LCD display where the promotional videos and new arrivals and the ads can be displayed.
You're busy dealing with groceries? You can miss a few things. Hi, Dad. See, you missed that, didn't you? Mom, don't get mad. Spoiler alert, you're gonna get mad.
Finally, let's enter our shop. As you can see, different products are displayed in 3D. As we can see a man's suit displayed here. On the avatar, tap on the product and the name of the product is available. You can even purchase it from here itself. Moving on, we can see different social media handles of the store available here. And the avatar can simply tap on them and visit the site. So yeah. Now we can even see a QR code right next to the product. Once we scan the QR code, we can get the AR view of the avatar wearing that product. The next shop is for Walmart Premium members. Here we have kept a scanner at the entry gate which scans and check if the users own the particular token. You can see avatar doesn't own the required variable and hence access is denied. So this is how the metaverse works. It connects the virtual world created with the real world we live in. So yeah, that was all about our project. Thank you.
Thanks, Aman Ankit. By the way, are you Aman or Ankit? Okay. So yeah, preparing us for the future, right? Metaverse. So who's your target customer?
Basically, Gen Z or anyone who is willing to adopt to the new technologies.
So it's not me then. All right. And so why do you think this is going to be something which is going to be interesting for customers? We know different types of customer patterns, online, offline, in-store. There's a certain delight factor when you go in stores, you touch, you feel a garment and you go purchase it. Why do you think this is going to pick up? And why is that your target customer?
Basically, the Generation Z and someone who is into technology, he finds things like these interesting because customer behavior has been changing. The delight factor is good if you go and visit the store. But now billions of dollars are being invested in metaverse because there has been stats that customers are more engaged towards like more remotely than going to store and have an in-person experience. So it's not like this is an alternative to the offline shopping. It's just an upgradation to the current online shopping. So people who are interested in offline shopping or that delight factor in stores will go in stores, but if you want to purchase things online, the current e-commerce websites that are Web 2 section, Web 2 e-commerce needs to be updated. So this is what it is.
Thank you.
One question in your demo, right? Like, so when the person enters the store, right? Again, you are basically asking the person to the customer to scan the QR code, and then it kind of switches back to the traditional, right? Like, so what is the value add that you're providing with that kind of an experience? Because you're again switching back to the typical.
Yes. So basically, whenever there's a individual identity with the avatar of every person in our metaverse. So whenever someone tries things out or want to customize it or have some individuality or uniqueness to its avatar, he needs to be able to see it, how it will look in its virtual avatar. That was our one of the motto, to actually have it try in virtual world. And coming to the second part, that is why to have it in an augmented reality world where it can actually be in store, like in real world, how you see. So our point of view was like, basically there are startups like one Indian startup which was using this augmented reality to generate a virtual version of your face to try on specs. So that delight factor that you see in the store, or someone who is used to that store feeling and try and then buy, he can actually have his own avatar and see it how it will look in the real world. So yes, the two factors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? We run? Okay, thank you, Aman from the Aman Ankit Duo. Can we have Nexus on the stage, please?
Greetings everyone. This is Team Nexus and our sub-theme is emerging tech. First, let's understand our problem statement. Only 26% people prefer to shop online. This is due to lack of trust and transparency. Customers prefer to get product ownership just after transaction, but e-commerce websites provide this only after shipment. Even after ownership is given, verifying it for further services is a tough job. Next, we can't transfer ownership on resale. In current system, on resale, product ownership records are not updated in retailer's database. As a result, the buyer can't enjoy the warranty services even if it's under warranty. Lastly, we have lack of security. Due to data breaches, many people are not comfortable sharing their sensitive information with e-commerce sites. But you don't need to worry, we have a solution. Trend Warehouse is a blockchain-based e-commerce application where we have revamped the transaction method with blockchain distributed ledger system. In this system, the data is stored at multiple nodes, which means if one node gets corrupted, then also our data is completely secure. Here you can see that with MetaMask, we have done the payment for NFTs, and once it's completed, we will get hash ID per product using which we can check our NFT details. Alongside, the user profile will get updated with a product warranty card. With this, we can prove our ownership easily from anywhere across the globe. Even for repair services, we can verify ourselves by just connecting with the same MetaMask account, and later the retailer will get notified to start repair services. In our solution, we are providing user with their interface to transfer their product ownership to someone else on resale, for which he just need to enter the username and public address of the other user's MetaMask account. In blockchain, we have two keys: public key, which is used for transaction, but in order to unlock this, we need a private key. So even if a public key and password gets leaked, hackers can't access our account without the private key. With this, the buyer's profile will get updated with the product warranty card. We have also provided a feature to view the purchase history of the product so that the user had a clear view of the product before buying. As a complementary, we have added a gift card feature that will increase the product's warranty randomly on redeem, which is somewhat similar to the loyalty point feature. Thank you very much.
So on what blockchain have you built your application on?
Sir, Polygon blockchain.
And that's what? It is just one hybrid? Is it hybrid or is it?
Sir, we have worked upon the public blockchain for this purpose. But the better option will be the hybrid blockchain, because we can't go with the public blockchain or for the e-commerce sites, as we can't open all the things to the user. there can be some things which must be hidden from the users, as they are for the e-commerce websites only, or for there's the secret things which every company has. So we have to go with the hybrid option.
And where is Polygon, or proof of stake or proof of work now?
It's a proof of stake.
Could you tell us a little bit more about why this specific use case?
Ma'am, this specific use case is because we have seen that many times when we got the product, we only get the ownership certificate after receiving the product. But the users always wanted that they got the ownership just after the payment. And the most important thing is there is no connection, or there is no establishment of connection between the retailer and the user. We are completely dependent upon the e-commerce websites, such like the retailer is also dependent and the user is also dependent. Now comes to the transfer part. We know that after transferring the products on resale, we can't enjoy the warranty services if the product is under warranty, because we can't prove the ownership of the item. But using blockchain, we even can verify the ownership of the product, because we can transfer the ownership to different users. And the next thing is repairment feature. On the repairment feature, we have seen always that sometimes users are doing the wrong things and users are doing the wrong things and cheating the e-commerce websites that their product is still under warranty, but the warranty is already gone. So in blockchain, there is one feature that NFT can't be altered. So if an NFT can't be altered, so we can see that the product is under warranty or not.
Good. We're good? Jury? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nexus.
Thank you, Jury.
Yeah. So audience, let's give a couple of minutes for our jury to calibrate and come back with the winner. And let's make it a little more interactive. Can I have one of the volunteers, anybody in the audience, to come and talk about how has been the day so far? You may have something in surprise for sharing your thoughts. One of you, please, can come on the stage and share your thoughts. How are we doing? Anyone? Or you can stand there and talk. We can pass the mic. You want to? Yeah, the one. I think the one in the green T-shirt is volunteering the one in the orange dress. Please. Please go ahead and share a couple of thoughts. That's all. We are not asking you for a speech. Thank you for volunteering him. Anyone else needs the snatch? Next one, please be ready.
Hi, my name is Raveen, and my volunteering person is Avnish. We have been friends for the past 25 plus years. We started work together, that's how we came to know. Thank you for this Walmart event. I had not thought Walmart made events, but this is the first time I'm seeing it. And happy to see in-person events happening in Bangalore once again. It was dried up. So of the events, I think some of the topics were good, but I, being a technical person, find that this is very upper level discussion is being done. So probably this forum is meant for that kind of an audience. I thought discussion on Web3 and AI would be a little bit more deeper and more fun to know how large companies are trying to use these technologies, and I hope to impart some of that into my startup. So that was my intent of coming here. So I'm happy to see companies here as well as downstairs showcasing their new ideas. So good job, thanks.
Thank you. I think that was a great input. Yes, we have come back after a gap of quite some time in-person event. So there is a lot of things that we want to do as we go into the future events. Thank you very much. So are our jury ready to come back on the stage? Anyone else? Quickly, one-liner on today's show. We have somebody? Okay, yes, I can see 2-3 hands volunteering for themselves for a change. Thank you.
We have the jury.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Jury is here. We will ask you to record your thoughts there outside.
Absolutely, Padma. Thank you so much. Please. Wow, please, may I invite the jury on the stage? Now we have the big reveal lined up. Sauravi, would you like to reveal the winner for the startup team?
Can we have a camera for Sauravi, please, for announcing the winner?
Pressure, no pressure. Drum roll. It is Team Litwids.
Wow!
We have the team on stage.
That's amazing. Many congratulations. Thank you so much. Many congratulations again. May I have Ramesh Koridari announce the winning student team?
The winning student team is Team Nexus.
Many congratulations.
Yeah, okay, thank you, and judges stay back. May I have Harish, Director for Innovation, Walmart Global Tech, to give away gifts for our jury, please? Yeah, I think they will want a photo. Thank you, Harish, thank you, jury. Amrita, that was so wonderful. I'm still reeling with the innovative pitches, and congratulations, winners, once again.
Thank you, Padma. So now we come to the end, the last session for the day. The last session, technology has brought inclusivity to the tech landscape. And with it, more opportunities for women to inspire their awe-inspiring journey into the tech and future data systems. First up, we have Tarusha Mittal, COO and co-founder Unifarm, a leading voice in the world of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency.
Yeah, you could come. Joining Tushara is Seema Agarwal, Global Head, Retail Analytics, Fractal, with an industry expert with over 20 years of experience. Seema?
We have Roshni Mohandas, founder and CEO of Unicorn.ai, who has innovated the technology and retail across India. Also welcome on the stage our moderator, Raghavan Balakrishnan, Vice President Engineering, Sam's Club.
Thank you all for joining this session today. My name is Raghavan Balakrishnan. I am the Vice President of Technology with Sam's Club, part of the Walmart Technology Organization. Like they say, no man ever dips his toes twice in the same river. I think the same can be said of the retail world as well. So fast evolving. We are seeing changes in every aspect of retail, be it manufacturing, supply chain, last mile. We saw a number of sessions around last mile technologies in supply chain, analytics, and the role of data in retail technology. With this changing landscape, we are also seeing the evolution of the role of women in technology. From what was a good idea, moving to, yes, it is fair, and now really understanding the value of diversity in technology leadership. We've come a long way. Fortunately, we have got a number of women leaders all around us
the underlying issues. So when we were recruiting for some tech position in my company as well, so when most of the applications that came, right, it's mostly men. So when you think the number of women in the tech pool itself is smaller in number, so how do we address that? So it again goes back to the women, the students, the girls. When you are studying, the number of girls that opt for STEM, kind of a math and science topics is far less as compared to, kind of boys. That is one issue. And another issue could be also because most of the time the recruitment manager tend to take people who are culturally similar to themselves, right? So, tech being, kind of gender biased already, so you would know what happened in the, in what is happening currently. So now, how do we address these? So one thing is, having an inclusive education starting from, from schools and middle school and upper schools, and also having mentors who are women, and also, people who can really, support and bring these people up, and, kind of avoid any kind of negative, kind of stereotyping, etc. So apart from this, as women, so when we also recruit, right, if we can, kind of give more opportunities and make this conscious decision in our organization wherever we can. So one of my first employee in my organization, we do not have many people. We just have 12 at the moment. And the first employee has been woman, and he's been doing absolutely fantastic, as compared to any other tech, male, male employee. So I would say that there is absolutely no difference in terms of the skills and the loyalty, but it's only going to improve the creativity and innovation within the team. So I would promote everybody to go ahead and, kind of fill the balance.
Absolutely. No, speaking about how women are leading the tech narrative in India and beyond, you three are wonderful examples of women that are leading narrative truly. And there's some brilliant insights. You spoke about social engineering at the household level. You spoke about inner engineering, how to manage your own expectations. How do you manage your career alongside motherhood? You spoke about how to bring about better inclusion and diversity in the workplace. So brilliant thoughts. Move on to the next section where we want to focus a bit on your individual competencies and areas of interest. Seema, I'll start with you. You've been in the retail tech space and particularly in the data analytics space for close to 2 decades now, and deep expertise. How do you see the technologies that are shaping retail industry? What specifically are you focusing on as technologies that are shaping the retail industry?
Yeah, good question, Raghavan. So there are many areas in technology which are shaping now, especially the retail tech industry, right, and helping us to retail to a new height. So the first most I would say in a tech industry, the AI, AI-driven use cases across the supply chain to merchandise, customer analytics, finance. These are not only helping the retailers to take their decision intelligently, but also automating their decisions, right? And bringing the agility into their system, which is very important, that you do not have to do something, in 1 quarter in advance and then just took the decision after 1 quarter. So bringing the agility by AI is also very, very important. And the second thing I would say, I see the chatbot, which is all, I think 25% plus all the customer service operation in the retail are using the virtual, chatbot, to do that. And the third one, if I want to talk that after there was an era in the retail which is the majority of brick and mortar, right? And during the COVID, there was an era of, entire online business. But now we have omni-channel experience, right? So there is no world of physical or the online now. So everything, we need to able to give the retailer omni-channel, right? We should be able to reach our customer from any touch point and give them seamlessly shopping experience. So that's very, very important where the tech industry is helping the retailers, to bring this omni-channel experience.
And Seema, you spoke about, the artificial intelligence,
Yes.
chatbots, omni-channel retail. A lot of that is powered by what is coming up next. Like, internet is already close to 3 decades old, and we are moving from 1.2 to 2.0 to 3.0. Web 3.0, Tarusha, is your terrain, isn't it? You've been living and breathing Web 3.0. And what do you think are some of the advances that Web 3.0 can bring into the retail tech space? I know it has got a transformational opportunity all across, but specifically focusing on retail tech. What kind of transformations do you foresee in retail tech?
Oh, so many. So, with Web3, the onset of Web3, there is obviously more onus on user privacy and customizing that user experience, right? So with retail has a very unique opportunity to really capture with Web3, be it with the metaverse, like giving a retail experience in the virtual environment, or even adding like a dash of AR to it. Like just imagine that, you are sending somebody off in the metaverse and they are experiencing your retail in a virtual environment, sitting at their home. That's convenience. And I think convenience is something that we know works, right, in retail. So with the metaverse, with NFTs, there are unique monetizing, opportunities for retail giants when they deal with NFTs. So now we know that, there are some of the largest banks have taken up spaces in the metaverse. We know of large retailers who have done so. We also know of large other retailers who are now creating their own NFT collections. So this is a very unique time because this gives you an opportunity to not just capture the millennials, or the Gen Z, but you can also capture the alpha, the future consumer, and get them right from the start and get them entrenched with your brand or get consumer loyalty, by speaking the same language that they do. Be it, as I said, with the metaverse, with NFTs, or with a dash of AR. But these are things that will absolutely revolutionize the way we think of retail tech. I don't think that, any plan of expansion for any brand would be made without, the metaverse being not kept in mind. I see that, because that's convenient. You can sit at home and experience something so wonderful. And, you can actually customize it for the user. So that's brilliant.
It's a brilliant segue into what I wanted to ask Roshni next, right? This is all about data coming to life. And data coming to life has its own responsibilities, privacy, security, and so on. So management of data and using it as a competitive advantage is extremely crucial to every industry, particularly retail. So what do you think is the role of data and management of data as a competitive advantage to gain market leadership in retail?
Absolutely. So, data gives kind of insight and actionable information to any online and offline retailer. So today, if you just take any consumer, he can go research about a product online and just make sure that, he goes to a store and makes a purchase. Or sometimes he wants to touch and feel the product. First, he goes to a store, checks out the product, and then goes to online because he gets discount, etc. And you have multiple channels, so he goes there and makes a purchase online. So, this is the new kind of development in retail because, these things have opened up quite a bit. So now this is like a hybrid kind of a mode for a consumer because he can make purchase anytime, anywhere, as he pleases. So now this hybrid revolution also brings, for a retailer, he has to make sure that he understands a lot bit about the consumer purchase patterns, and where does he shop, what does he do, a lot about consumer and the trends, etc. And in order to do that, he needs to combine a lot of sources of data, and make that one, golden source of data, as you say it. So today, any kind of retail, CXOs, they already are aware of data's importance in, kind of retail tech, and they're, kind of doing better pricing decisions, better, inventory, kind of management, or, different things, and cross-selling, upselling, everything they are doing. But the kind of, with the advancement of technology, because earlier, data were in silos, but now with the advancement of technology, you can combine and make that golden source of data, which is combining all kind of unstructured, structured data, and make this and get better consumer insights. So I would say that a retailer who will win today will be the one who can understand this, consumer, today's consumer in a better fashion, and combine the physical and digital aspect of, this retail, and reinvent, using the whatever technology available to them, because it keeps evolving. So reinvent and innovate and make the customer shopping experience better, probably using metaverse or whatever. And all this is possible only if you, take out intelligent information from the data that is available and make better decisions.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to wrap this session up with one question for all the three of you. What technology trends in retail are you most excited about and why? Start with Tarusha.
Sure. So, I've kind of already talked about metaverse and how excited I am at the prospect of, just walking into my favorite brand store in a virtual environment. The first time I actually, this is an anecdote, but the first time I experienced the metaverse, it was a virtual event. It was pretty much like a panel, but they had organized games, etc., very basic games. But the highlight of my day was that I went into a pond in the metaverse and picked up a duck, and I could carry it outside. So that was something that, I talked about for days, because that was my first experience. It was brilliant. So that kind of wow factor, I think, will come in with the metaverse. And, if you combine it with your favorite brand, I think that is such a brilliant experience, like no other. But the other thing that I'm really bullish on is basically using blockchain for standardization of quality or for logistical support, because those are the kind of challenges that any big brand faces, and blockchain can really help with that.
Yeah, so there are many. I mean, Tusha has already said metaverse vision. I am a fan of that. But let me not talk about this. Let me just give you one practical, scenario, and let me narrow down, within a retailer sector, in a fashion business. So in a fashion business, if you see, the designers takes a lot of time, 3 to 6 months to select the particular design of this. And we are able to sell only 50% of those products on a full price. That means 1 out of the 2, whatever he has selected as a design, is not the good as per the customer behavior, consumer there. And, the kind of wastage we produce in the fashion industry, and impact onto the environment as well. Now, but due to the tech industry help, now we are not only by predicting the right kind of demand for the fashion industry, which is very, very difficult in general because you don't have the, historical data, but we are able to do because of the lot of development into the AI, but also can give the quantitative, help on that how many designs you should be keeping into the store or how many within a design you should keep it. And beyond that, what major we are doing that we are able to scroll a lot of the online data. Every brand has some kind of inspirational brand and look at those brands and can figure it out what design will be winners in your future and which will be a loser. So giving such kind of trend visibility much in advance to the designer so that his ability to sell the, his design or the product on a full price sell through higher, right? And we as a, reduce the wastage for our environment, right? So that's one of the field that impact which can come to the tech there. Yeah, so I'll summarize. I mean, there's so many, but yes.
Roshni, what are you excited about?
Indeed, like Seema said, there are quite many, kind of things that we would be, as retailers, would be excited about. So, but I would say that because I'm working quite a lot with e-commerce sellers in my company for pricing and, advertisement optimization and helping them sell more. So I would say that the one thing that I'm excitedly looking forward to is the ONDC. That is a government initiative that is going to come up, at least in India. So I feel that that is going to open up quite a bit of possibilities, but it all comes down to executing it well, and you do not know how it will turn out in India. So that is something that I'm excitedly looking forward to. Another thing is, AI-powered automation, because as we discussed already, it's like a lot of touch points for the customer. He can be shopping from anywhere. So if from a seller aspect, for a retailer aspect, if we can automate quite a lot of process, it becomes error-free and it is more effective in nature. And the third thing would be the blockchain, which Tarusha has already addressed, right? So you have, because I'm, also working with e-commerce and sellers online, there is quite a lot of fake listings and things like that. So through blockchain, you can, kind of identify these fake listings. Also, raw materials can be, tracked from the source itself, using blockchain. So these kind of things would be, really valuable, and I'm sure every retailer will start using it going forward, and there are quite many other things too. So
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Brilliant. So look at the range of subjects we spoke about. We started with the role of women in technology and finding the voice and establishing the voice, and removing the obstacles and unleashing the opportunities. Then we spoke about what the future holds by way of technology. We spoke about NFTs, we spoke about Meta, the opportunities in blockchain. We spoke about what conversational AI can do in retail tech. So brilliant. I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I'm sure the audience online and offline enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you very much for your time. I truly appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarusha, Seema, and Roshni. And thank you, Raghavan, for a wonderful moderation here. That brings us to the end of track 2 here in this room, and we move to Grand Ballroom 1 in the ground floor for the common events from now onwards. So pick up your coffee on the way, a couple of cookies, and let's all head to Grand Ballroom. Right, Amrita?
Absolutely. And for the virtual audiences, please tune back to track 1, which is Evolving Retail Experiences on our Walmart Global Tech's YouTube channel. Thank you so much. You guys have been amazing.